Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the December 18th Board of Education meeting for the Mount Diablo Unified School District. I will read the, okay. 6.1, the land acknowledgement. We recognize that the Mount Diablo Unified School District sits on the territory of the Confederated Villages of the Lasan, the ancestral and unceded land of the Bay Miwok and Northern Yokot, the successors of the sovereign Verona Band of Contra Costa County. As members of the Mount Diablo Unified School District community, it is vitally important that we not only recognize the history of the land on which we learn, but also we recognize that the land we inhabit and learn on is the ancestral land of these people who are alive and flourishing members of the Mount Diablo Unified School District and broader Bay Area communities today. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The next item of business is the ceremonial administration of the oath of office for elected trustees. We have 2 comment cards. We'll take those first. The first speaker is Kevin Rivard. Welcome, Mr. Rivard.
On. Hello, my name is Kevin Rivard. I'm here to congratulate Mr. Tom McDougall on his November 5th win. Many voices have said democracy is in peril in our country. Tom is one man who proved those voices wrong. He saw a need in his community for an improvement in the local schools. And rather than sit on the sidelines, he wanted to take action and be part of the solution. Tom went to the county and filed his intent to run papers. With his convictions and a message he thought would resonate with others, he started a true grassroots campaign. He got calluses on his knuckles from knocking on doors. From April 23rd to November 4th, 2024, Tom could be seen knocking on doors in Area 5. There were no fancy flyers, no fancy lawn signs. There was simply a man on a mission with a belief in himself and with a message. He spread that message, and now he sits on the board because 11,753 voters, over 51%, cast their votes for Tom McDougall. Tom proved that here in Concord, California, in the Mount Diablo Unified School District, Area 5, democracy is still alive and well. Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you. The next speaker is Concord Vice Mayor Laura Nakamura. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you and good evening. So my name is Laura Nakamura. I represent District 5 in Concord, and Mr. McDougall, we have not had the chance to meet. I think I live in your area, but didn't receive any knocks on the door, but I do hope that at some point we'll be able to meet. I'm here tonight to congratulate you, Keisha and Zui, for a successful second election to your seat here to represent many of the students in our district who in Concord, in our city of Concord, who I know you have been there for and represent and have represented very well. And as a city council member, I do look forward to working with all of you to see what we can do to really lift up the families and our students in Concord and the greater Mount Diablo Unified School District area, because it is our families and our children who really need our support to make our community a strong, vibrant, resilient community. I know tonight, later on, you'll be hearing from many people about upcoming contract negotiations. Please support our families. Please support the people who work with our students, and because the impact that they have on our families and our children is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Erica Dahl.
What is the time do we have? 3 minutes, okay. Mr. McDougall, unlike, and to everyone who will listen, I've done some very deep dive and deep digging into what your candidacy has been about. And I myself, along with a cadre of others, are going to be filing fair practice commission reports against you. You, first of all, are not an educator. You do not hold a credential. You have never held a credential. So you lied on your candidacy. You got away with being called Frugal McDougall because you opened up a LinkedIn account and an email account, which were both defunct and no longer even exist. The LinkedIn account has been removed. I know this, okay? Going to jails and proselytizing does not give you the right to call you an educator. In fact, in the state of California, to put you as an educator on your forum as candidacy, you would have had to be a credentialed educator of within less than a year. Okay? And that is not true. Okay? So watch very carefully what goes on over the next few months. You called a dear friend of mine who was running. Sitting next to her, the principal never apologized, by the way, and by now most people know who that principal is. The two moderators didn't stop you from saying we don't need our country to be overtaken by Indians and Asians when you very well know that that candidate standing next to you, stronger than you could ever possibly be, was an Indian herself. So it's not long before I await you opening up your mouth and sticking your foot in it and showing your true colors. The person who talked about democracy, you subverted it, and you're going to get fined for it, and you're going to be followed very, very closely. How dare you call yourself an educator?
The next speaker is Charlene Leathers. Welcome.
Good evening, and I'll abide by the time limit, okay?
Can you,
First,
can you move closer to the
Oh,
microphone,
okay.
please?
I want to congratulate my daughter, Kayush and Zui, and yes. And also you all, I've been very impressed with the fact that Kayusha completed a first term of being on the board, and the board has been so cohesive. And I'm looking forward to another term of the board being cohesive once again. And I want to introduce my granddaughter. Never mind, I was told no. Okay, anyway, best of term for all of you.
The next speaker is Jennifer Filomio. Is Jennifer here? Welcome, Jennifer. I hope I said your name correctly.
Philomeo.
Thank you.
I know it's a little difficult. Okay. Okay, dear school board member, I'm here to support my new school board member, Tom McDougall. While I watched the YouTube public comments in November meeting, I was disgusted by the Medea executive director Dan Reynolds said about Mr. McDougall before he was even in office. With that being said, Mr. McDougall is a breath of fresh air that this board and district needs. The district to see a conservative board member that represents the value of conservative families and community members. Many of the immigrant families come from conservative countries, and if this district is to reflect that, we need to embrace the conservative board members to truly be inclusive. Over the summer, I was introduced to Mr. McDougall as an Area 5 candidate, and that is running. I was able to discuss my concerns and other similar concerns about the district of their quantity over quality approach to special education, as I have a student with special needs. Like me and many parents and guardians of students with special needs faces a lot of difficulties with the district when trying to advocate for their students. The system is very complex and convoluted. It is difficult for people to be in this country for a long time. I can't imagine how much more difficult it is for new immigrant families or families that English isn't their first language to navigate this complex system. I, for one, cannot imagine my own mother, who was a new immigrant 28 some years ago, having to navigate the special education system if my sibling and I had any disabilities. Being in the community of families with kids and with special needs, we often hear each other's woes and dealing with the system, and how sometimes the system don't work well for our kids, and we struggle to find a way to best serve our kids. But it is always an uphill battle. Mr. McDougall is a nice, welcoming, listening ear to truly take into consideration of families' concerns. He took time to actually listen to my husband and I about our feelings, thoughts, and experience with the district regarding special education and the IEP process. Mr. McDougall's willingness to learn and truly listen is invaluable for the family and community. And I was there at the candidate forum, and what the previous person said was not what Mr. McDougall said. And there was me and at least two other people that were there, and that was not his intent. He was just saying that American students, he wants us to thrive on a national, global level, and it was not about race. And thank you, Mr. McDougall, for running, and welcome to the board.
That's it. We're ready for the oath. Dr. Clark will administer the oath of office.
Wait,
Ready?
the optimal photo taking opportunities.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. For the office of Mount Diablo Governing Board Member, I
I, Kayesha Nzewi,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United
and
States
the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and-
to
and allegiance to
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I have notes. And it'll make me not say too much. I just want to say, I want to thank so much my family who came and supported me. And even those of you who are not related by blood, you're all my family. So thank you. I'm honored that I get to serve our community, our children, and MDUSD for another term. I'm so proud of the work that we've accomplished as a board for the past 4 years. And I'm extremely proud of the voice and perspective I've brought to this body. It's a privilege to voice out loud what many are thinking, but most are afraid to say. And even I have a voice that shakes often. It's a privilege to be able to stand up for what is right and what is just. It's a privilege to have been able to speak up for Black students and families in a district that is historically quite a challenging place to exist as a Black person. And though so slow, it's encouraging to be able to bear witness to the positive changes that make it easier to be a Black student today, a little teeny bit easier, but that makes it better for all of our students. Today, we'll potentially be chastised by educators, by parents, and by who knows who else, but that's all right. Love me or hate me, I will always center our children in my decision-making and especially the hardest decisions. Many over the last 4 years have emailed me and asked, how can you sleep at night? As I've been yelling from the rooftops for the last 3 weeks, I am now a 50-year-old perimenopausal woman. I don't sleep that great, but it has nothing to do with the decisions and nothing to do with how I will honorably serve this board for the next 4 years. Thank you.
Hand. For the office of Mount Diablo Governing Board Member, I
I, Thomas McDougall,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
and defend
that I will support and defend
the state,
the Constitution of the United States
state of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic,
foreign and domestic,
faith,
that I will bear true faith
to the
and allegiance to the
United States,
Constitution of the United States
state of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation,
without any mental reservation
purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well
that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties about which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I consulted with legal advice, and I'm going to make some comments later, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, and welcome trustees.
Thank you.
All right. We're ready to move on to item 6.4, review and potential approval of minutes for the regular board meeting held November 13th, 2024. You've had a chance to review them.
Madam President, I move we approve minutes for regular board meeting held November 13th, 2024.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Ms. Cound and a second by Ms. Mason. Are there further questions? If not, we're ready for the vote.
Mayor,
Mhm.
that's for the CA.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, Trustee Ochoa. How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Have to get in the groove yet. Okay, the motion is adopted. Now we're ready for item 6.5, review and potential approval of the agenda. Dr. Clark, are there any adjustments?
I have no adjustments. Thank you.
I would move that we accept the agenda as presented.
Second?
The motion to approve the agenda was made by Ms. Mason with a second by Ms. Cound. Are you ready for the vote? Trustee Ochea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're ready for the annual organizational meeting of the Board of Education. The current board policy 9100 calls for the election of a president and vice president at this particular meeting. So at this point in time, I'll open nominations for president.
Madam Vice President, I would happily like to nominate you, Linda Mayo, for president of this board.
Thank you.
I would second that.
Right. Nominations don't require a second. But they do require the nominee to accept the nomination, and I do that. Are there any further for nominations? Hearing none, I guess we better vote. Uh, um,
Trustee Ochoa.
Oh, I know. Trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
thank you. Normally, under Robert's rules, the chair can declare the individual elected without a vote, but we probably need the vote on our electronic system. And we're waiting for it to be entered into the system. We need some music. All right, the motion is adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. And with the concurrence of Trustee Ochoa. Thank you. All right, now we will elect the board vice president. The nominations are now open for board vice president.
I nominate Trustee Count.
I accept.
Okay. Trustee Cound has been elected as, or nominated as board vice president. Are there further nominations? We'll wait for the item to appear for the vote. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Just one motion. Yes, there was a,
We don't need a second.
I've thrown the system for a loop. Congratulations, Mrs. Count, Vice Chair. Shall we finish the next two items and then change? Does that make sense? Now it's we're calling for the appointment of the secretary under 7.4.
I move to approve Dr. Clark as the secretary of the board.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Trustee Nzewi with a second by Trustee Mason to appoint Dr. Clark as the secretary of the board. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Congratulations, Dr. Clark. You're the board secretary.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
The next item is 7.5, review and potential adoption of the certificate of signatures for the calendar year 2025. We need a motion for the,
I move to adopt the certificate of signatures for the calendar year of 2025.
I'll second that.
so we have a motion by Trustee Nzewi with a second by Trustee Mason to adopt the certificate of signatures for the year 2025. The discussion? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mine's not working. Is anyone having success?
No, my screen is frozen.
Okay, there we go. The certificate of signatures for 2025 is adopted with a 5-0 vote and support from Trustee Ochoa. And let's do 7.6 also. 7.6 is the motion to establish the board meeting dates for the 24-25 calendar year.
Madam President, I move to approve Resolution 2425-36 to establish regular board meeting dates, times, and locations for the 2025 calendar year.
Second.
So we have a motion from trustee Cowan with a second by trustee McDougall to approve the resolution for the board meeting dates for the 2025 calendar year. Is there further discussion? Trustee Ochoa,
Yes.
and that item is approved as presented. Thank you very much. You'll need to leave that one motion there. Yes. Okay. I was aware. Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Take care of your work.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Thank you for your indulgence while we organize everything. Beg your pardon?
To reorganize as a case may be.
All right. I think we're ready to proceed with the report out of action taken in closed session. For negotiations, the board provided direction to its representative for item 8.1. For item 8.2, the board provided directions to staff regarding 8.2, and we received information. For 8.3, please bear with me. There's a lot of information to read here. For JD et al. Versus Mount Diablo Unified School District, U.S. District Court, ND Cal, case number 3:24-CB00908. The board met in closed session with legal counsel to discuss a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 by a vote of 5-0 in the matter of this case. The board approved a settlement up to the stipulated amount and according to the settlement terms. For 8.3.2, student SO versus Mount Diablo Unified School District, OAH, case number 2024-11-0057. The board met in closed session with legal counsel to discuss a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 by a vote of 5-0 in the matter of this case. The board approved a settlement up to the stipulated amount and according to the settlement terms. For item 8.3.3, the board met in closed session with legal counsel to discuss a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 by a vote of 5-0 in the matter of student NG versus MDUSD, the Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2024-090578. The board approved a settlement up to the stipulated amount and according to the settlement terms. There is nothing to report on item 4. Trustee Cowan, you are going to report on 8.3.5.
Okay, item 8.3.5, the board met in closed session with legal counsel to discuss a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 by a vote of 4-0 with one abstention in the matter of Douglas Scott versus Mount Diablo Unified School District, Contra Costa County Superior Court, case number C24-00500. The board gave direction and settlement authority to the general counsel.
Thank you. For 8.4 liability claims,
Excuse me,
government,
Madam Chair, I think for that one, because it wasn't a full vote, you have to say the names.
correct.
Yes, so the four were myself, trustee Cound, trustee McDougal, trustee Mason, and trustee Nzewi. And the abstention was trustee Mayo.
Correct. I recused myself from all discussions on this matter because I had contact with the claimant previously. For 8.4 liability claims, Government Code 54956.95. The name of the claimant is Marlene Garcia King, and the claim was made against Mount Diablo School District. By a vote of 5.5-0, the board voted in closed session to reject a liability claim for damages pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95. And for 8.5, the board met in closed session and by a vote of 5-0 voted to reject a liability claim for damages pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95 by Mark Stevenson against the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Okay, that concludes closed session. Report out. Now we are ready to begin public comment. This is what many of you have come for, so we appreciate your patience. The public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District that is not on this agenda. Speakers must submit a speaker card to the board secretary. The board president will call each speaker to the podium as appropriate. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes or may be adjusted to the number of cards that are available.
We have 17 cards.
So that would be, so shall we reduce it to 2 minutes apiece? Okay. So the speakers will have 2 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or if there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. And if you want to talk about something that's on the agenda later, your card will be shifted to that particular agenda item. All right, so we are ready to begin. The first speaker is Mr. Kevin Rivard.
As I watched the November 13th school board meeting, at the 1 hour, 5 minute mark, I saw a person introduced himself as the executive director of the Mount Diablo Education Association. He then said that America had elected a fascist to the presidency. He then went on to disparage 11,753 voters in Area 5 by saying, quote, "Sadly, it looks like the voters elected a right-wing Republican to sit on this board." A few minutes later, more speakers also voiced hate speech from this lectern. None of the speakers exhibited the kindness which apparently was the word of the night. What disturbed me more was the hate speech coming from the speakers was the silence from the school board members to whom the remarks were being directed. To allow hate speech in this forum with students present and not have some sort of condemnation from the board only encourages further hate speech. I would recommend some sort of preamble to the board meeting and public comment asking the speakers to bring a more respectful tone to their remarks, or the president of the board will exercise his or her discretion by muting the mic. Thank you.
The next speaker is Amanda Lockwood. And Amanda is followed by Robert Ferguson. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Dr. Clark, members of the board, fellow teachers, and community members. This is my third year teaching in MDUSD. I currently teach third grade at Gregory Gardens. I love my students. I work with a passionate, energetic principal who prioritizes equity and academic excellence. And I work with a rigorous teaching staff that tirelessly puts students first. For the past 20 years, I've been teaching in other urban districts here in the Bay Area. I made the move to MDUSD only 3 years ago because of a health issue that made it impossible to commute. Before then, I was a single parent and I could not afford to teach here. I couldn't afford to live on the salary. When I switched here from my previous district, I took a $20,000 pay cut. I went from having 3 50-minute prep periods per week to 2 30-minute periods. I went from having 24 students to 31 students. I was disturbed by the lack of mental health support in classrooms and the lack of diversity among teachers. It didn't make sense. I just finished my master's degree in urban education and worked with teachers and admin from all over the Bay Area who are grappling with the same questions that came up when we viewed test score data at the last board meeting. When I discussed MDUSD working conditions with professionals in other districts, they were shocked to learn about the situation for teachers here. I asked, how can we attract strong, engaged teachers to a district with such poor working conditions? Last year, we received a salary increase and improved health benefits. It helped. And I thank you for that. Today, I'm here to ask you to begin the strategic process of please lowering class sizes, starting with our youngest students who are unable to work independently. I want you to prioritize diversity as you hire new teachers to this district. Our students need representation. They need to be exposed to the type of strong, dynamic Black teachers that I had the privilege to work alongside previously.
Mr. Ferguson is the next speaker, to be followed by Lily Pete.
Quick question, to shorten down the time, could we actually bring up our entire group to just come and chat all as one? That would actually take off probably like 5 of your guys' cards.
So there are 5 of you that want to speak?
And it's all on the same matter. If allowed.
Let's stick to 2 minutes per person, okay?
Sounds good. Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you for your time. My name is Robert Ferguson, founder of the Rob Skate Academy. We focalize on teaching mindfulness through skateboarding. And unfortunately, recently newly discovered is that our program is being removed from a handful of your guys' schools. And that's due to a technicality in I guess, skateboarding is written as if it's not allowed on the campus. And a lot of the families, there's actually quite a few families here today that are really distraught from that and would definitely like to see our program continue. And that's the purpose of why we are here today. And just a quick heads up, I've been doing this for well over 17 years in many different districts. So the OUSD, West Contra Costa, San Francisco, Hayward, San Leandro. I'm also an Olympic coach. So Minna Stess, right here out of Petaluma, California. She just competed in the Olympics over there over in France. And yeah, so again, this is something that we would love to see and continue within the community. We would love to see it not being pulled from the schools. It's really unfortunate. And with your guys' help and with changing of the verbiage, so that way we can be allowed and we can continue to serve these kids and then give them help, give them a direction. We would love to see this happen. So I'll just go ahead and leave it there.
Lily Pete?
You get close to it? Okay. Hi, my name is Lily. I'm an administrative assistant with Rob Skate Academy. I'm also a roller skate coach, which is how I got involved with the program. And I'm mostly here to attest what I see out in field. So I work with kids of all ages. The youngest that we work with at the academy is 2. And we joke and we say we go up to 99 as our student because they're students of all ages and all walks of life. And I've seen how this benefits students out, especially I predominantly work in Oakland Unified School District, and I've gone to a couple schools in San Leandro as well. And some of these kids need a mentor figure, and that's what we aim to provide. When we say mindfulness through skateboarding, we mean using skateboarding as a visual aid for kids who might not understand these concepts otherwise. Having a kid come up to you and hug you and not really know when the last time they were hugged is a really big deal. And we seek to do that for your school district as well.
Thank you. Nathan Stark is the next speaker. Mr. Stark.
Hello there. My name is Nathan. I am also an advocate for Rob Skate Academy for after-school programming. Just have a brief little blurb myself here. So this fall, we partnered with 28 schools across the Oakland Unified School District, Hayward Unified School District, San Leandro Unified School District, and the Mount Diablo Unified School District. We've been operating with you guys for a full year until very recently, where we were cut off by the permitting office due to them finding the documentation that was referred to before. Our core mission at the Academy is to teach mindfulness through skateboarding. When we say that, we use skateboarding as a visual aid for students so we can teach about concepts such as mindfulness, social and emotional health, and awareness. In addition to coaching the students, we work with mentors and support systems from them as well. We want to set the next generation up for success by lining their toolboxes with so many options for them to pick from, tools we may not have had when we were there at their age. I also have a testimonial from a fellow parent who actually attends Strandwood Elementary right down the street. I'm going to let him speak.
So we don't allow you to extend the time to another speaker. So if you would fill out a speaker card, we will consider your presentation after the other individuals have spoken. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Next speaker is Erica Dahl. Is Ms. Dahl in the audience still? Okay, the next after Ms. Dahl is Lomo. L-O-M-O. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
My name is Lomo, and I'm a school bus driver. With school buses, safety for the public must come first. Unfortunately, Dr. Clark is a hollow puppet with no integrity, and he does not care about the safety of the students on school buses because as the safest driver in the fleet, he allowed me to be fired and not reinstated. My meticulous inspections ensured the safety of students and the public. Terminating me from my job violates California law requiring thorough school bus inspections. Illegally terminated. California's public policy exception protects employees from being fired for following legal and safety obligations. My termination undermines this principle and discourages others from prioritizing safety. The superintendent's broken promise. On March 8th, I was promised a review of my case. Months later, the superintendent refuses to discuss it and says we have nothing to talk about. That shows a lack of leadership and accountability. It's a dangerous precedent. Firing me sends the wrong message. Safety is less important than speed or convenience. This puts students and the public at risk, putting schedule before safety. Demand for action. I asked for an independent investigation into my termination and for the board to uphold its responsibility to prioritize safety and transparency. This is not just about me. It is about the safety of every child on every bus. The stories I could tell. The worst person is the safety director. He is the
Thank you.
absolute worst driver.
Your time is up. Thank you. Is Erica Dahl in the house now?
My time was not up. I had another 5 seconds. It wasn't up. I had 5 seconds to go, and it said so on the clock.
It was negative 5 seconds. Thank you.
So is Erica Dahl in the lobby? Thank you. Next speaker is Amy Scott Slovic. Welcome, Amy.
Hi, thank you so much. And the trustees and to Superintendent Clark, my name is Amy Scott Slovic. I'm representing the Contra Costa Labor Council. I'm an officer there, and I'm also a nurse who's taken care of patients in this area for 28 years. I'd like to speak out and then really implore you to please, please take care of your employees. These teachers work so hard and they have big classes. I actually heard when we were out there, and this just blew me away, that they don't even have control over their own thermostat, what's happening in their classroom. We need to take care of employees. They need to be able to work where they live, and they need to be able to have the resources they need to care for our students. I had 2 kids that went through MDUSD all the way through, and I can't even believe when I hear the size of the classes now. These people need to be able to be taken care of, be able to afford to live where they work. It changes everything in a community when we have local hire and people can live where they work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Catrone. Lisa Catrone. Following Lisa is Megan Bromhall. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight and for considering all of our various needs. I felt compelled to speak tonight and advocate for implementing a cap on ELD class sizes. The dynamics are changing rapidly. Yes, the dynamics are changing rapidly, as we know. For instance, at Concord High School, where I teach, there are 10 different languages within our ELD classes alone. Students come to us from a variety of backgrounds, often with a history of trauma, often with large gaps in education. Also, as teachers, we are asked to test our students. We are only allowed to test in groups of 20 for adult. So if the cap is the same as the regular English class, it go up to 33. It makes sense on many levels to cap ELD class size at 20 so that our language learning students can acquire their own language, acquire the English language, while also cultivating their own language and ultimately gain a seal of biliteracy upon graduation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Simone Santana. It's good to see you again.
Hello, board members. Hello, everybody. And it goes to similar to your point. I'm the ELD support teacher at Menlo Holmes Elementary. And as you know, it's one of the biggest schools in the district and with the biggest ELD population in elementary. And something that I keep saying for many years is that I don't understand why we have combination classes in a Title I school. I'm giving you one example. We have a 3rd grade, 4th grade combination class. That class has 29 kids. We received another new student from Afghanistan last week. In that class, 13 kids are English language learners. 9 of them are newcomers. 7 from Afghanistan, 1 from Mexico, 1 from Guatemala. How is the teacher going to help all the needs of those kids? So please consider not having combination classes in Title I schools, please. The second one because it's Christmas, and I hope that we don't have a delayed negotiation contract that takes forever and we look like not very smart, spending so much money negotiating something that perhaps could be done quickly and more effectively, because it helps everybody, not only us, but our kids too. The last one is my school's under renovation, which is amazing, but I don't understand the new calendar proposed for next year. The district wants to start earlier. Our school is under renovation. How are we going to be ready if we approve this calendar for August?
Okay. Would you like to,
Okay.
would you complete a speaker card for that agenda item? Do you have anything else to say?
No, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker is Jane Enlow. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Jane. I picked up your card out of sequence. Alyssa Juarez is before you, then Jane. Oh, let's see here. I know I did call her. Thank you for correcting me. So we'll start with Megan. I turned your card over. I apologize.
Thank you to my village for coming. Oh, good evening, Superintendent Dr. Clark, President, Vice President, Trustees, Student Board of Showa. It's good to see you, Medea members, and MDUSD community. My name is Megan Bramhall, Miss B. I've been an employee of this incredible district for 8 years now, and I have the honor to have served them all at Cambridge Elementary, Student Board of Showa's alma mater. I want to share my appreciation for the cost of living adjustment and 100% coverage of medical benefits with Kaiser. They ease a massive financial burden for myself and I assume many, many others. Truly, it allowed me to stay here and teach here, which I don't ever want to leave. My husband's like, do you want to go somewhere else? I'm like, no. But I hope that the commitment to support us financially continues because it also improves staff retention, familiar faces, comfort students, and that's why we're here, the students. And while this is not my first time attending, this is my first time speaking, and I come to you for help. My first year as a teacher had 34 fourth graders, and we could barely fit 34 desks without it being a safety issue. And as a brand new teacher, I had to figure out how to differentiate for 5 students with IEPs, 25 multilanguage learners, 4 students in, at the time, Hope, and a range of abilities from emerging kindergarten to 8th grade. So while I give the students my best, the system at large did not support them. And historically, when at the bargaining table, class size reduction has always been a non-negotiable, but you have the ability to work with us to change this. Large class size means not meeting all students' needs, especially our focal scholars. Many times we're forced to pick and choose who gets what. And sorry, I lost my place. And an environment that promotes student engagement is not when you have 34 kids in a room. So large class size doesn't allow for those things to happen, like small groups and giving students the attention they deserve. So no student should have to fight for an education in a classroom. I struggle to see how large class sizes aligns with LCAP Goal 4. With such a massive ending funds balance ballooning in the hundreds of millions, I urge that some of those funds be used to ensure student success and not be treated like a savings account. This year I have 55 students. Please help us. Student achievement, sorry. Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, Alyssa, you're up.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Clark. My name is Alyssa Juarez, and I am the Vice President of Medea. On January 8th, we will sit down with the Board's team to negotiate. I want to encourage the Board to carefully and thoughtfully look back at the projected budgets and the unaudited actuals, or the receipts, as I call them, and look at the pattern of overestimating the amount of money the district will spend and underestimating the amount of money the district will receive. I spent time looking at the numbers that have been brought to the Board over the last 5 years, and the district has been off in projecting their spending by an average of $20 million each year. And I mean off as in underspending, adding to the ending fund balance. I think it's important for the district to remember that we want the district to be fiscally solvent. It is in our best interest that the district manage their monies appropriately and not bankrupt themselves. We want the district to invest their monies in our current students to see that they are successful. At the end of the day, we want the same things. We just have different priorities. Medea knows that our members directly affect and influence our students and their education. In the past, we have seen the district prioritize new trainings and curriculums, many that have been revived or recycled and simply rebranded. But these, quite honestly, are things that are almost dead last in the laundry list of needed supports and materials. And as we have had yet another school shooting, we see the need for our counselors and the importance of teaching SEL. But we also know that the kids that are perpetrating these acts are usually the ones that got lost in the shuffle. It is far more challenging to have the kind of student contact needed to spot and address these mental health issues when you see 5 classes of 37 or 185 kids a day and are pulled from your one prep period to cover another class. It's easy to miss signs when you never seem to have a break or are constantly working during the evening, working weekends, and or have a second or third job. So as we go into bargaining, I hope that both sides remember that we must go in ready to negotiate, but ultimately we must reprioritize how the district spends its money. If you want to know what a child needs to be successful, ask the people who work with them.
Huh? That means it's going over. Because
Hello, board. Hello, Dr. Clark. Hello, community. Hello, Medea. I've been teaching in this district 30 years this year, 34 years total, amazingly enough. And I work at Sequoia Middle School. And the one thing I've noticed is that your ending budget keeps going, the surplus, projected actuals, whatever you want to call it, always goes up every year. And the only thing I can think of is that I really want you to do well by your teachers so that they can help your students that are in your district. And the thing that gets me is that, and you've heard me speak lots of times, this isn't my first rodeo, and I know that, I get it, is that we have 2 teachers at Sequoia retiring this year. They would have retired last year, but you gave them a 9% raise, so they stayed. You will have a bunch of people retiring this year. And I'm really, really concerned that we are not going to have the teachers that we need to be able to fill those spots. I will be retiring the next year after that. And surprisingly enough, I know 3 people at my school that will be retiring in 2026. That's 5 people over the next 2 years just from my school that are retiring. And I'm very concerned about being able to replace those wonderful teachers that deserve to retire, but wonderful teachers. And I'm really concerned that if we don't negotiate a fair contract, we're going to have an issue. So medical benefits would be good. Lower class sizes for the littles are good. COLA is always good. I'm all the way over and all the way down, as they say. So the only way I get a cost of living increase is by you giving me a cost of living. I don't go up in a year anymore. So I beg, plead, borrow whatever I can do to get you to understand that this is really important because you're going to have a very mass exodus of teachers over the next few years, and I don't know who's there to replace them.
thank you for your comments. Mr. Eric Robertson is up next. Eric? Oh, thank you. Marlene Yorosh. Welcome, Marlene.
Hello, Dr. Clark and board members. My name is Marlene Yarosh, and I'm a 4th grade teacher at Gregory Gardens Elementary. Believe it or not, this is my first year teaching and my second career. Yes, you heard right. I chose to enter education after having a whole other life. And guess what? I love it. I chose in MDSD for several reasons. This district is one of 2 closest to my house, and I wanted to work near the community I live in. MDSD provides an induction program free of charge for all new teachers. And important to me and my family was the robust healthcare plan available that covered 100% of costs. When I got into my classroom before the school year started, I noticed my room had only 1 bulletin board in it. I thought that's really interesting. I asked my office manager about that, and she was able to order 2 for my room right away. That was was in August. In October, the bulletin boards were finally delivered. 2 days before Thanksgiving break, my office manager told me that she was informed that my bulletin boards were finally going to be installed. Hooray! I took down my anchor charts, sentence frames, parts of speech posters, SEL emotional regulation posters, and eagerly awaited returning to my room. It's December 18th. It is now December 18th. The bulletin boards are, alas, still in the multi-use room. Dr. Clark, you've mentioned that we teachers need to do more for our focal students. In my classroom, my focal students are multilingual learners and long-term English learners. What is best for my students? Getting the bulletin boards installed in my room so they can see the anchor charts, sentence frames, parts of speech, math facts, supports they can use to further their education. My students are brilliant, funny, kind, and yes, sometimes a little much, but they deserve the best. Their names are Mia, Ion, Ariel, Athena, Camden, Cassie, Ethan, Uriah, Evelyn, Gabby,
Thank
Hasta,
you.
Hunter, Kaden, Kaylee, Kyle, Leo, Luciana, Mason, Maher, Olivia, Paige, Rico, and Talia.
Next speaker is Angie. I didn't look at the clock, Dr. Clark. We have 4 cards. Everybody agreed? So for the remaining speakers, this would be Angie, Dan Reynolds, Austin Deas, Harpreet Johal, Elif Ritchie, and Phil Valesco. You're welcome to speak at the conclusion of our meeting tonight. We're carrying over public comment to the remainder of the meeting. Thank you. Next time, we'll consider adjusting the speaker time to 1 minute per person. We're going to move on to 10.1. And we have a speaker comment from Linda Ortega for other organizations.
It's on? Okay. Doesn't show here. Okay. All right. Let me start all over. Rewind, as I used to say to my students. Let's rewind this. Okay. Good evening, President Mayo, trustees, Dr. Clark, members of the audience. For those who don't know me, my name is Linda Ortega, Medea president. On behalf of my Medea members, I would like to present our initial successor agreement proposal, also known as our Sunshine Letter. And we are wearing our Sunshine stickers today. As the Medea president representing over 1,500 bargaining unit members, my hope is that both parties come to the bargaining table fully prepared for every session, ready to engage collaboratively, respectfully, swiftly toward an agreement. Also, I want to thank my Medea members who came out this evening. Thank you, those in the lobby, in the audience, and support of our bargaining team, and for all the work you do each and every day supporting our students. You are so appreciated. I know my Medea leadership appreciates the work you do. Finally, I want to wish everyone a healthy and safe winter break. And Dr. Clark, my 95-year-old mother, is doing well. Thank you.
So the next item is recognitions and resolutions. Dr. Clark, would you like to present 11.1? Okay. We have a speaker card on 11.1, Mr. Dan Reynolds.
Good evening, Superintendent Clark, members of the board, audience. Item 11.1 is a resolution in recognition of January as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Month. I think this is very important, and I'm glad to see the board working to pass this resolution. As some of you know, aside from being a student product of this district, I was also a teacher in this district for more than 15 years. Including in that was my opportunity to pilot a course in human rights education that was taught an elective course as a social science course at the high school level. In being able to pilot that course, I worked with a group of very dedicated students, administrators, and other educators to craft a course of study about human rights education. Our entire month of October was a unit on 21st century slavery. It is a problem that has never gone from this earth. As someone who has spent time in the classroom, in my union, and in the community working to promote human rights issues and to bring an end in small ways as consumers, as individuals, as citizens, as voters, to the scourge of slavery. I think it is wonderful that you are working on passing this resolution. I hope with all of my heart that as a board, you will continue to show your values to racial justice and social justice, to environmental justice, to all of the students in our classrooms through the resolutions that you pass and the policies that you pass and the administrative regulations that you pass and all of the actions that you take to ensure that our students have the best, because our students deserve the best. All of them. All of them. And resolutions like this are in aid of that. I appreciate that you are doing this work. I applaud you for it, and I look forward to seeing numerous other resolutions and actions from this board like this. Thank you.
Dr. Clark?
Madam President, I present to you Resolution 24/25-38 in recognition of January as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Whereas in 2010, President Barack Obama issued a presidential proclamation designing each January to be National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District does hereby proclaim January 2025 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Madam President, I leave this item in the hands of the board.
Madam President, I move to approve Resolution 2425-38 in recognition of National Slavery and Human Trafficking Month.
Second.
So we have a motion from Trustee Count with a second from Trustee Nzewi. Is there further discussion?
I just wanted to add that as a parent in this district, I was able to participate in the Protect curriculum that has been provided to our students and parents, and was really appreciative of the opportunity to be able to learn all that they had to share and the resources and the types of things to look out for in our students and in our community.
Further comments? Certainly.
Technical comment on the title, National Slavery and Human Trafficking Reduction Month.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
So on the actual printed resolution, it says National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Prevention. Yeah.
Trustee Ochoa has voted in favor. Please cast your ballots. And we've adopted this resolution 5-0 with support from Trustee Ochoa. Dr. Clark?
I would like to present to Madam President Resolution 24/25-39 in recognition of Ed Roberts Day. Whereas Edward Vern Roberts was born January 23rd, 1939, and as an adolescent in 1953, he acquired polio and spent the vast expanse of time in an iron lung. and Robert's career as an advocate began when a high school administrator threatened to deny him a diploma because he had not completed driver's education and physical education. So now therefore be it resolved that the Mount Diablo Unified School District Board of Education supports the designation of Ed Roberts Day and acknowledges the accomplishments of Ed Roberts in helping reduce barriers, increase access, and improve lives for persons with disabilities. Madam President, I leave this resolution in the hands of the board.
Is there a motion?
I move that we approve Resolution 2425-39, recognizing January 23rd, 2025 as Ed Roberts Day.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by trustee Nzewi with a second from trustee Mason. Is there further discussion on this resolution? Hearing none. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Eleven point two, resolution 24/25-39, recognizing Earl Roberts Day is adopted with support from trustee Ochoa. The next item is 11.3, and we have a public comment card from Mr. Dan Reynolds.
Hello again. This item, which approves variable term waivers, is beneficial to the functioning of our district. It allows applicants who need additional time to complete the requirements for their credential to continue to teach. We need as many highly qualified educators as we can get in our classrooms and in all of our spaces, working to provide the best education possible to our students. I appreciate the steps the board is taking to ensure both that we are always surfacing and hiring fully credentialed candidates for every position in the district every year, and that if we cannot do that, that you are ensuring that we are going through the process to provide for these folks their variable term waivers. It is tremendously important that our students have highly qualified educators in all of their learning spaces: counselors, nurses, school librarians, classroom teachers, speech language pathologists, resource specialists, and numerous other positions. And the actions that you take as a board can take steps to ensure that you are filling every vacancy as early as possible so that we don't need variable term waivers, because you are getting highly qualified candidates for every position before the school year starts. And so there is a balance to both celebrate the fact that you are taking steps to ensure that the folks who are here, who are doing the best they can every day for our students, have what they need, but that you are also taking steps to ensure that every vacancy gets filled before the school year starts. Thank you.
Dr. Clark.
President, I'm bringing Mr. Sheehy to present the next two items.
So variable term waivers allow the applicants additional time to complete certain requirements for the credential that authorize the service. And so tonight I'm bringing one staff member's name to the board and requesting your approval.
Members of the board?
I make a motion to approve resolution 24/25-41, variable term waivers.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion from trustee Mason with a second by trustee Nzewi regarding.
He got it.
Okay.
I was just louder.
Okay, I apologize. I heard your voice and not Mr. McDougall's. I apologize. A motion from trustee Mason with a second from Mr. trustee McDougall on board resolution 24/25-41. Is there further comment? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Your voice is so nice and calm. And that is adopted at a 5-0 vote with a support position from Trustee Ochoa. Mr. Sheehy, 11.4.
Yes, review and potential approval of Board Resolution 2425-42 for personnel with provisional internship permits. And so the CTC is no longer issuing emergency permits. However, the commission replaced the emergency permit with the provisional internship permit, otherwise known as the PIP, which provides applicants additional time to meet the subject matter competence requirements needed to enter an internship program. And so with that, I bring two educators here tonight.
Board members?
I move that we approve Board Resolution 2425-41 for personnel with variable term waivers.
I believe it's 42.
Second that.
Sorry, was just reading.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Wrong item, sorry. I move that. Here we are. Approve Board Resolution 2425-42 for personnel with provisional internship permits.
Second.
I'm pausing to allow the system to catch up to us. We're on 11.4. Trustee Nzewi made the motion. Trustee Cowan provided the second. Is there further discussion? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Oh, we have to sign in again. The system is refreshing itself. Are you able to join meeting?
I'm in the meeting, but my screen is frozen.
Some of us had to sign in again and our screens are frozen. Okay, we can join meeting now. Okay, we are considering the vote on 11.4, which is the board resolution 24/25-42. Trustee Nzewi made the motion. Trustee Cowan made the second. Everybody else voted. Oh, and I'm the only one that hasn't voted because I'm talking. Thank you. All right, we're back on track. The motion is adopted on a 5-0 vote with support from Trustee Ochoa.
Madam President, Mr. Sheehy is going to take items 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, and 12.5.
Okay.
So 12.1, review and potential approval to revise the job description of the Assistant Director, Student Services. So this updated job description is designed to support the department's needs, current needs, enabling us to more effectively address the needs of our students. So with that, I leave this job description in your hands.
Madam President, I move to approve the revised job description of Assistant Director, Student Services.
I'll second that.
So on this item 12.1, we have a motion from trustee Count with a second by trustee Mason. Is there further discussion? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
No. I know.
All right, that was approved.
So item 12.1 is approved with a 5-0 vote and support from trustee Ochoa. Thank you. Item 12.2, we have a public comment card by Mr. Dan Reynolds.
I'd like Mr. Sheehy to present it first, and then we'll have the comment.
Okay, thank
Go ahead,
you.
Mr. Sheehy, since you're up there.
All right, so this is a review and potential approval to revise the job description of Director of Human Resources. This updated job description is designed to support the department's current needs, enabling us to more effectively address the needs of our employees and our bargaining units. And with that, I leave this in the hands of the board.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you. With agenda item 12.2 and 12.5, which it appears are both about the same position. One is revising the job description, one is appointing someone to that position. I want to repeat something that you've heard me say before, which is it appears to the public as though you are paying 4 people to do 3 jobs, and that these are some of the highest paid people in this district, and that you started the school year with somebody different as the chief of HR. And so now you've got a chief and an executive director and now a director. I don't think it is in the public's best interest that you are paying 4 people to do 3 jobs. I don't know that you even need 3 upper level administration jobs in HR. I would encourage you to consider that your first interim says that you're going to run a $75 million deficit this year, which isn't true. But if you are worried about deficit spending, I would encourage you to consider that maybe you shouldn't pay 4 people to do 3 jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board, are you ready to consider this job description?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the revised job description of Director of Human Resources.
Second.
Bless you.
That was me.
So we have a motion from trustee Mason with a second from trustee Nzewi. Is there further discussion on this item? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And the item 12.2 is approved on a 5-0 vote with support from trustee Ochoa. 12.3. We have a speaker card. Would you like the presentation be by the speaker before or after the introduction?
For an appointment, we'll do the speaker card first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Reynolds? It's your old alma mater.
That's what I was coming up here to share. A different hat right now. Several of you know that I am a graduate of Mount Diablo High School, class of 1997. My mom was a graduate of Mount Diablo High School, class of 1971. I was also a teacher at Mount Diablo High School for most of my career in the district. And so it is wonderful to see that on December 18th, they are getting the vice principal that they need because they have had a vacancy all year long. And similar to something else that you've heard me say already this evening, right? I appreciate when the board does all that it can in its role to ensure that every vacancy in the district is filled with highly qualified staff who are going to do all they can in their professional work to serve the interests, the needs, and the education of our students. And so I'm very thankful to see this. I want to encourage you all to continue to do all that you can to make sure that every vacancy is full before December, before the first day. Thank you.
Mr. Sheehy, would you please introduce our candidate?
Yes, the Human Resources Department is bringing for the board's review and potential approval the appointment of Nadia Visaya as Vice Principal at Mount Diablo High School. Nadia began her career in MDUSD as a student and attended Highlands Elementary, Hidden Valley Elementary, Valley View Middle, and College Park High School. Nadia's educational career began in 2001 as a long-term substitute at Rio Vista Elementary. She spent the next 13 years as a special education teacher at El Dorado Middle School and Northgate High School. In 2015, Nadia moved into a district position as a program specialist in the special education department and has maintained this role for the past 9 years, supporting students and families across all grade levels. Nadia holds a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in education with an emphasis in special education. Nadia is a passionate educational leader who advocates for equitable educational opportunities for all students. She is supported by her husband, Alex, who is a teacher in MDUSD, and their 3 children who all attend MDUSD schools. With that, I leave this appointment in the hands of the board.
Board members?
I will make a motion to approve the appointment of Nadia Visaya to Vice Principal of Mount Diablo High School.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. A motion by Trustee Mason and a second by Trustee Nzewe to approve the appointment. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
And congratulations. If you're approved with a 5-0 vote and support of our student
you.
trustee.
Yeah, that's all right.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to thank the board, Dr. Clark. I am very excited to continue my role as an educational leader in Mount Diablo Unified School District, and I'm excited to start in this new position. And I want to thank my friends and family who came to support me today, my husband, my daughter, my friend, my mom. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Sheehy, I think you're on stage again, 12.4.
Yes. The Human Resources Department is bringing for the board's review and potential approval the appointment of Dr. Rachel Chang as Assistant Director of Student Services. Rachel brings 15 years of experience in education, including 8 years as Director of Special Education and SELPA Director for a single SELPA district. Her passion lies in fostering equity in education and ensuring every student has the opportunity to learn and thrive. Rachel holds a bachelor's degree in rhetoric and communications, a master's degree in educational administration, and a doctorate in education social impact leadership. Rachel is a proud mother of 3 college students. She enjoys spending her free time on the tennis court. And with that, I leave this appointment in the hands of the board.
Members of the board.
Madam President, I move to approve Rachel Chang as Assistant Director, Human Services.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the appointment of Rachel Chang made by Trustee Cound with a second by Mr. McDougall. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Congratulations. Please come forward.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Clark. lots of staff, students, and families. I wanted to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm really excited to be a part of this amazing community. I really felt the warmth throughout my interview process, and I'm really looking forward to learning the district and supporting staff, students, and families so together we can improve student outcomes. Thank you.
Do you have anyone you'd like to introduce?
I didn't bring anybody. My husband and my kids are sick right now, so I
Well, we'll
apologize.
wave to them right now.
All right.
Best wishes on their good health.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the district. Mr. Sheehy. This is 12.5.
Yes. The Human Resources Department is bringing for the board's review and potential approval the appointment of Leonie Medina Estrada as Director of Human Resources. Leonie has over 26 years of experience in human resources, serving specifically in public agencies. She has served in various HR roles for K-12 school districts for over 17 years, and her experience includes almost 10 years in the management and executive cabinet levels. She is currently an Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Leonie holds a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in human resource management. Leonie, her husband Gabe, and their sons Antonio and Vincent, and their dog Chief enjoy spending time together outdoors, especially near the ocean. And with that, I leave this appointment in the hands of the board.
Members of the board?
I move to approve Leonie Estrada, Medina Estrada, sorry, to the position of Director Human Resources.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Trustee Nzewi with a second by Trustee Mason for the appointment of Ms. Estrada for the Director of Human Resources. Further comments? Trustee Ochoa.
Yes.
Congratulations. Please come forward.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Clark, trustees, and community. Thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to serving the staff, students, and the entire Mount Diablo community in this new role. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, thank you, and we appreciate all of our new employees in their new positions. Reports and information. The first item is 13.1, mental health program expansion. Dr. Clark?
Yes, I have Jessica Pozos, who's going to come and do this wonderful presentation for us. We're very fortunate to have Jessica's leadership and just be ready to learn some great things about mental health and what we're doing in our district. Ms. Pozos.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Clark, Madam President, and board members.
Could you move closer to the microphone?
So sorry.
Thank you.
As Dr. Clark said, my name is Jessica Pozos. I'm the Assistant Director of Mental Health Programs, and I'm here today to talk about a really wonderful opportunity that we have as a district. Our opportunity does touch upon all of our LCAP goals and our commitment to serving students. And before going into what I wanted to talk about today, I did want to talk about a few statistics. So this was pulled from the Healthy Kids Survey, showing that about 15% of our students are reporting suicidal thoughts in 7th grade, 9th grade, and 11th grade. We have, looking at elementary, 7th grade and 9th grade and 11th grade, increasing amount of students reporting sadness. And then we're looking at safety. We have a number of students, around 50% reporting perceived safety at school, which has been, as you can see, decreasing a little bit in the higher grades. One thing that we are seeing, though, is an increased number of students reporting that they are finding caring adults at school. So that's a positive. And so when we're looking about internalizing and externalizing behaviors, when we're looking at mental health, these are described as stereotypes. Digging into what is actually happening takes a little bit of time and resources. So oftentimes we get reports or emails or phone calls about kiddos having externalized, behaviors such as tantrums, school refusal, or we see kids who have loss of interest or excessive fears or anxieties. And so we want to take a deeper dive in looking at this and seeing what is the true cause of this. So I do want to say that we do have the stereotype of having emotional disturbance eligibility requires mental health, and it's not always the case. Services are based on need and not eligibility. And we do see that when we see our students, when we're looking for students who might need Section 504s or IEPs, our students don't always meet that criteria. So we have to find other ways to serve them. Those are not always the answers. And so we look at this, we also want to look at the least restrictive environment and how we can support our students within the general education. And this opportunity we have does help us to add an extra layer of support so we can keep our students in the, the least restrictive environment, which is our goal. So looking at this, this is our current tiers of supports when we're thinking about mental health. We think about our classroom supports, our counselors, our vice principals, or admin. We have wellness centers in our high schools and a few of our middle schools, which is great. We also have our school psychologists at every school site, our itinerant social workers and mental health therapists. And then as we go up, we have our mental health programs. We do operate 7 mental health programs with close to 40 behavioral health specialists that are licensed by the Board of Behavioral Sciences. So they are licensed clinicians supporting our kiddos. And then on the top, we do have residential. And unfortunately, we do have a few kids that do require residential at the most restrictive level. And then we do have our supported sites as well as Sunrise and Glenbrook, who have a separate setting that we do try to keep them within our school district. So right here, you can see that this is, we see that this is the funding streams that we currently have. We have our students being served by special education, our Medi-Cal EPSDT, which is our contract with County Behavioral Health, and then our Medi-Cal LEA BOP, which we also receive funding for school psych services and nursing services. But we do have a population that we haven't reached yet, and we will be reaching them soon, which is why I'm here today. So our providers are currently our school counselors, our interns, our psychs, more interns, our social work specialists, and our behavioral health specialists. And we're also lucky enough to have a contract with County Behavioral Health and Fred Finch, which are on several of our sites. And here we have our incoming funds, where in the blue is our current funds, as mentioned previously. We have our Medi-Cal, our EPSDT, and then our state and federal mental health funds. What's coming down the pipeline, and we'll be here very shortly, is something called CYBHI fee schedule. And I'm going to be talking about that in a second. And this is by the Department of Healthcare Services. And what right now, we have been given $600,000 to prepare for this upcoming fee schedule, which is going to give us a lot of supports and needed to go ahead and start these services. And so looking at this, we can serve an additional 32% of our students using this new program. So it's very exciting news. We are covering more and more students who have mental health needs and addressing them, hopefully in the least restrictive environment, keeping them here in our schools and in their homes instead of in hospitals or out of state. So this is called the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, CYBHI for short. And it's a 5-year initiative by the state of California. We are talking today about the fee schedule component. And you could see here that it talks about, it's allowing us to reimburse schooling providers for provisions of specified outpatient mental health services and substance use disorders for our students. And the best part about that, this is no cost to our families. It's something the district provides. And that is also, we don't have to negotiate with our insurance plans. This is already provided for us within this fee schedule. So the beautiful, beautiful part about this is because of our current contract, County Behavioral Health, and the work that we have done in the past years, we are ready to go. We are currently in cohort 2. We were not able to get into cohort 1. We are in cohort 2. We are being asked to help support those who have not gone through this, don't know any of the systems or methods to go about this. We are already having an electronic health record system. We contract with a company called Valent. We have close to 50 of our employees already billing out of Valent. We have reports we submit to County Behavioral Health for reimbursement through our Medi-Cal contract. This year, we have added our social work specialists into the system to learn how to bill because they will be a part of fee schedule quite soon. We already have national provider identifying numbers for our district as well as our employees, which is many districts are trying to figure out even how to do that. We already have job descriptions and close to 50 clinicians and then 9 social workers already ready to go, ready to start serving our kids and billing for this. So that's fantastic for us. I would love to have more if we could find more. And the best part is that this capacity grant is allowing us to start growing. So we will be putting in for a, looking to hire a new wellness programs administrator to lead, to provide supervision, for guidance, to train and support for upcoming fee schedule. We will be adding to our billing specialist team. We currently have 2. We will add a 3rd biller to process all the billing for reimbursement. And then we will be opening up a new wellness center with this grant and hiring a new social work specialist. So those are just the first line of things that we are doing with this grant. And as we hopefully, there's no since nobody is billing through this, we don't know the repercussions of it, or not repercussions, the wonderful benefits of it, but we estimate it would be an income or a funding source of between $1 and $3 million for the district. So we are very excited for this opportunity. We are working hard to prepare for this and more to come. January is supposed to be a big month for us to learn how we can start, and we hope to start within the school year. So thank you very much.
What a great report. Comments from the board? Questions?
Yes.
I have a question. So you get to increase to now of the 50% that don't, as I understand it, don't receive services from the district. You get to now serve 32. And so what happens to the 18.2?
We are going to be working on that as a next step. So this initiative is a 5-year initiative. And so there's baby steps through everything. So we will be continuing to figure out how to serve that 18%.
Further questions?
This sounds amazing. Thank you so much for all of your work on this. And when I was originally looking at the slides at this, I was thinking of it as $600,000, and that's it. But what I'm understanding, I think, that you're saying is that that's the capacity grant for us to be able to hire these staff and build our programs, which then results in us being able to bill for all of these services, and that would be potentially 1 to 3 million.
Correct. That's
to
what we're
cover those.
estimating. Nobody has started billing yet. but that's-
Potentially. Okay, that's very exciting.
And that return would be over 1 year or multiple years?
I would believe it would be 1 year, but it also depends on how fast we build our system. We have a system in place, but right now, most of our providers are maxed out with students that they are serving. And so we would need to hire more or figure out a way to, I guess, collaborate with our team members to figure out how to serve more students.
Yes. But regardless, we're thankful for these dollars to support our students. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's a state-funded program, correct? Yeah, that's really fantastic, because this is one of the things that we're hearing about, right? That more and more students need these services. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 13.2 is the 2024 California Accountability Dashboard Review.
Yep. So we have Dr. Chenaway, who's going to be presenting our dashboard data. I just want to let the board know and the public know there's 44 slides in this presentation. He's not going through them all, but they're there for reference as folks want to look up and see how we're doing in the dashboard. And also, I would highly recommend anyone who wants to dig more to go. All you got to do is type in Google California dashboard, and you can go to individual school sites, and you can really get a great deal of information about how our students are performing in Mount Diablo. So without any further ado, take it away.
I always like providing Dr. Clark with more information than he really needs. So good evening, Dr. Clark, board, MDOSD community. So I am here to present the California School Dashboard. This was released to the public. As you can see, November 21st. It was right after our last board meeting. So that's why we're presenting it now. So what's driving it is of course, our LCAP goals, our 5 LCAP goals, and then all our actions that we do in our school district are driven by these goals. And these accountability measures are how we're seeing kind of our performance, how we're doing as a school district. And we all have the dashboard provided for the school district and all our individual schools as well. So about the California School Dashboard, real quick, this is our public accountability kind of platform. These are the measures that we are held to a standard. This is available, just like Dr. Clark said, it's available to the public. Anyone can go on there. They can see any school, any district in California, and also see California and the counties of kind of their performance in individual measures. And then so I'm going to go over those measures for us just to see how we are kind of held accountable for what we are doing and what the indicators of kind of success are. So there are local measures that we have, and they are basic conditions, implementation of academic standards, school climate surveys, parent involvement, family engagement, and access to courses. These are done through kind of self-evaluations through our school district. We take a look at them throughout not only in our ed services, but our different departments, and then making sure that we are providing all those services. And then so as for the state indicator measures, we have academic performance. So English language arts, mathematics, and science is new this year, but it's only for information this year. So in later years, that will become an accountability measure. We also have English learner progress, college and career readiness, chronic absenteeism, graduation rate, and suspension rate. And then the student groups that we concentrate on, also we have racial ethnic groups, socioeconomically disadvantaged English learners, long-term English learners, which is a new student group as of this year, and it's going to continue on. And that is, we have English learners that are English learners for 7+ years. And then we have homeless students, which we refer to as McKinney-Vento, but on the dashboard, they'll come up as homeless. And then we also have our foster youth students and students with disabilities. So all our indicators, our local indicators, we met standard. And then for our 6 indicators, they have a performance level. So it is kind of a gauge. We have red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. So if you think about it, with red as very low, orange as low, yellow mid, green is kind of at standard, and blue is kind of very high. Okay, so high and very high, got green and blue. And how those performance levels are determined is based off of 2 indicators. We have our status cut scores, which is how we've performed in those indicators for the past year. So think of it as our 23-24 year, and then the change from the previous year of 22-23. So it's a good reflection of our performance. It's not only just showing a static score, but our increases and decreases from the previous year. And that's how the performance levels are determined. There is a placement grid. So that is in the appendix. I will not go through those, but it is a good frame of reference of how those performance levels are determined. This is our district overview. So you can see we have each of our indicators and our performance levels. So kind of overall, we have our English language arts and mathematics and our English learner progress kind of maintained kind of at that performance level. We had our chronic absenteeism, which kind of declined a little bit. And chronic absenteeism, once I go into it, is a reverse metric. So we want that to decline. Our suspensions did increase a little bit. It didn't increase enough to change in our performance levels, but that is also a reverse metric where we want those numbers to decline as well. And then college and career, which was we received a performance level this year. And you can see we had it at high, which was we also saw an increase from kind of the previous years because it became a performance level metric that was available for this year. Last year was just a static score. So we have our academic indicators, and how those are measured real quick is used as a distance from standard. So it takes the score of every single student and how far they were from the threshold of a level 3, and then it averages that out. And then so when we get that averaged out, we get a status score and then determine if there was an increase or decrease from the previous year. So for our English language arts, you can see that we even though it says negative 2.1 points, we kind of maintained. There's kind of a range that we have that, and we have 18.3 points below standard. Most of our student groups kind of maintained in each of those kind of performance levels. The same was with math as well. You can see that even though we had a 2.1 points kind of increase, it still was within that range considered maintained. So there wasn't enough improvement to show an increase in that. And then similarly, most of our student groups kind of maintained in those performance levels in mathematics. This was our science scores. So you can see that we were 16.8 points below standard, and there was a 0.3 points kind of increase. So there wasn't much of an increase from the previous year. And then so we'll see kind of a performance level in the upcoming year. So it's just kind of informational. And the science was for students in 5th, 8th, and once in high school. And then just going back real quick for ELA and math, those were students that were in grades 3 through 8 that would take it 3 through 8 and in 11th grade. So looking at our English language progress, how that is determined when they take the LPAC, which is the annual measure for English language proficiency. Normally they receive an LPAC level of 1, 2, 3, or 4. However, they break down level 2 and level 3 to a 2 low and a 2 high and a 3 low and 3 high. So if students show an increase or decrease from any of those 2 lows to a 1 or 2L to a 2 high, we can see that kind of progress a little better. So it was just kind of expanding those levels. So they changed it. They have it labeled as an ELPI. So it's showing as a progress, English language progress indicator. And then how that is determined, we have the number of EL students who made progress plus the number of EL students who maintained the highest level from the prior year. Out of all our EL students, then we get a ELPI status rate. And then to determine the performance level, we see it to change from the previous year. This is how our students were doing. Our EL students, 45% were making progress, and we kind of maintained at a 0.9%. So even though there was an increase, it's still within like that range, just similarly to the English language arts and mathematics. And then you can also see this kind of bar graph that's broken down, and we can see the from 2019 to 2024 kind of are how the distributions of the students who decreased, maintained, and kind of increased in their ELPI levels. In our college and career readiness, that is our CCI measures are determined by a kind of multitude of criteria. They include a lot of these that you see here: advanced placement exams, their SBAC scores, A through G completion, career technical education, as you can see here. So the students that are prepared for college and career readiness, how that's determined, the number of students who graduated as prepared over the number of 4-year graduation rate, students in the 5-year graduation rate. So that is our CCI rate. And then we see kind of the change from the previous year, and that'll determine our performance level. So we had 37.1% of our graduates, they were considered as prepared. We had a 2.6% increase from the previous year. So that's a combination of that. We have a kind of a high performance level in our college and career readiness. For a majority of our student groups, there were mostly a lot of increases in the CCGI rate for them as well. As we go into chronic absenteeism, it is students that were absent for 10% or more of the instructional days. This is also only concentrating on up to grade 8 students for our chronic absenteeism. So only those schools would receive a chronic absenteeism score performance level. That is the number of students chronically absent in the current year. And then over divided by the number of students meeting the absenteeism enrollment requirement. So if students were enrolled for 31 instructional days, will be counted in that group. So for example, if a student was in one school for 31 days and in another school for 31 days, they'll count in both of those for those schools, but will only count once for our district. And it'll accumulate all the absentee days. So we get a rate, and then we get a performance level based off of that change. We had a 18.5% chronically absent, and we declined by 5.8%. So that is something that we are encouraged by, that there was a dramatic decline in that. So we actually changed and increased in performance level, went from like a orange to a yellow, and a majority of our student groups had a dramatic decline in our absenteeism rates. So
Good.
we have our graduation rate, and then that is determined by students that receive a high school diploma in 4 or 5 years. So it's our 4-year graduation cohort plus our 5th-year graduates. And how that is calculated, we get the number of students that receive a high school diploma in those 4 years, plus the students that receive a high school diploma in that 5th year. But it's divided by only the number of students in that 4-year cohort and the students that graduated in their 5th year. So it doesn't take into account all the other 5th-year students that did not graduate. And then what I've heard also that this might be a possibility is that they might increase it to even a 6th year. So it's just more important that we are graduating students then. That's kind of the focus on that. So we can see that we had a 86.3% graduation rate. It was an increase from to 1.1%, and this was a increase in our performance level to a high, to a green. And most of our student groups also had a increase. There was a couple that did not, that kind of actually declined or kind of maintained, but a lot of our focal scholar groups had a increase in their graduation rate. And lastly, our suspension rate. So this is students that had at least one suspension. So it's an unduplicated account. At least one suspension. So if we had students that had multiple suspensions, they would only be counted once. And it is based off of a cumulative enrollment. So if students have been enrolled in our school district or at your school at any time, they wouldn't be counted in that denominator. So what they want to take into consideration is if a student had a suspension and they were only there for 5 days, that they're still counting in that. So this is how our suspension rates are calculated, and then we would be able to see the status and then our kind of our change from the previous year. Unfortunately, it was 4.5% where students were suspended. There was a slight increase to 0.4%. And a lot of our student groups did have increases in our suspension rates. So that's something that has really come to our attention, and we've kind of focused on, but that is our suspension rates for that. I just want to show you, this is the appendix, and this is where you would see the 5x5 colored tables, and this is how you would be able to see where our performance levels falls in based off of their status score and their change from the previous year. So it's for the whole entire district, for each of the indicators, and for all the student groups. So there's a multitude of those slides, which I will not go into. But as Dr. Clark said, please go into those and take a look at them, and please go into the dashboard and you can take a look at that. There's a lot of additional reports that you can look at that provides a lot of information, and we dive into that as in Ed Services and in our support for our schools as well. So thank you. And then if you have any questions right now. Oh, did I make it on the timer? Perfect. Sweet.
So do you have any questions, trustees, or comments?
I just want to say thank you again for the information that you're providing here. And it's exciting to see the improvement in chronic absenteeism, because I think that's the very first step, right? We need our kids to be in school before we can work with them. And just looking ahead, I'm thinking about the science and how it's not showing a lot of improvement just yet. But with our next generation science standards curriculum that we are beginning to use, I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to really push our science achievement forward. And similarly, our great work with our focal scholars and being able to see the graduation rates increase is exciting stuff. But this is definitely a focus for I think all of us to make sure that all of our students are getting what they need to succeed. So thank you.
And I want to thank Ray just for his work. And I also just want to publicly go on record that we have a lot of work to do. I'm in no way happy with these scores. I do recognize the progress and the hard work that takes place, but this is why I show up to work each and every day. This is why I am determined and why I continue to push this district forward and not allow us to fall back in old practices and things like that. It's really time that we can keep the focus on all of our students, not just those with resources, but all of our students. And I'm not a fan of blaming or pointing fingers or making excuses. I believe that we have the personnel in place to roll up our sleeves and do the work that needs to be done. And I will continue that work as long as I'm here. So thank you for receiving this information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, applause is deserved. Okay. 13.3, facilities update.
We have Ms. Kozlow and Mr. Vargas, who are going to present this facilities update.
So
we can do if there's a comment, we can do it afterwards, so they can share
Okay.
kind of what's going on, and then they can comment.
So thank you, Dr. Clark. So we are doing a facilities update today. And so Melanie will be going through a phase 1 update and where we're at and where we're going, as well as the phase 2 timeline and the impact of phase 2 timeline. And then that will include the furniture engagement and then an update on the HVAC controls.
Thank you, Adrian. Dr. Clark, Madam President, board members, thank you so much for having me. Obviously, there's lots going on in the facilities department, but as Adrian mentioned, we are going to just focus on some of the big items that are on our mind, and I'll be back soon with some other updates. So as we know, our elementary modernization that took place at portions of 3 of our elementary schools, Mount Diablo Elementary, Meadow Homes, and Rio Vista, did not go as well laid out. Our finished schedule did not hit what we had advised our community, our teachers, our board. And so we are dealing with the ramifications of that. I want to just be very transparent about where we are and what is left. So the slide shows what is left at each site. Some of the sites have carryover items that go over all 3 sites, and some sites just have, might be 1 or 2 sites, 1 or 2 items, I apologize. So exactly where we are is we have put our contractor on notice, utilizing our contract language, that they are over the completion timeline. We have had conversations and been submitted recovery schedules, and unfortunately, we haven't hit some of those timelines. I've provided previous updates and shared some of the issues. It's not all the contractor. It's not all equipment delay. It's not all craftsmanship. It's a little bit of everything. But we are at the point where we are putting a plan together to complete any incomplete items past the timeline on this slide through other forces in order to finish. I want to just be transparent that the contractor is working diligently to try to get through some of these items and partner with the district, but enough is enough essentially. And so they do have about another week. We are engaging with them every day. Any item that they are completed is an item that we get a check off that box, and any item that we have to complete through other forces will be part of that negotiated process as far as liquidated damages and back charges and all of those things. But again, they have not hit the final notice date yet, so we're going to give them that opportunity. Elementary modernization phase 2, obviously affecting those same 3 campuses. And we realize that moving into phase 2 is a little bit of a hesitancy for those 3 campuses, for those 3 communities, because we're struggling getting out of phase 1. So what I do want to share is that we went through the construction bidding process and we received competitive bids back in November, which is what's being presented to you later in the agenda. The review process was very extensive to make sure that the recommendation coming forward is the reliable, responsive bidder. And so I will just say that I shared some information with this site staff at all 3 schools, a little bit of engagement about the contractor that's being presented, the history of work that they are, the caliber of projects that they finished. Yeah, I gave them some actual projects within the Bay Area. And we are excited to have a successful project with them should the award be approved or the contract be approved. So one of the questions is how and why are we going to do this incremental phase of the phase 2 project? And so I'm going to show you on the slides, but I just want to lay out that increment 1 is set to begin at the end of January. And we are incrementing it in phase 1 or increment 1, sorry, which is just tackling 1 building. And then through some timeline of different breaks, we'll do a move. And then in the spring, finish another section of campus. And then summer, we finish all the things, including all the things outside, including landscape refreshes, including painting, an entire new safe drop-off model at Rio Vista, which is desperately needed. And so I just want to share with you on one of the slides. Obviously, you guys can look at them, but just as an example, increment 1 at Mount Diablo Elementary is the orange. So we are setting ourselves up to be able to construct just those 4 classrooms. We have 2 teachers at that campus that are being affected in this phase, and we are working with them to give them the adequate time to be able to have packing time and move time. We worked with our administration there and gave the teachers some options about when would be the appropriate time to move them in advance of that anticipated schedule, because we wanted them to feel that we were really hearing the angst that happened in phase 1. And then the green for this campus would be phase 2. It's a little bit bigger because that campus had a couple unused full day classrooms. I don't want to say that there's extra space. It's just that they were able to do some movement where some programs were able to share some space so we could get a little bit. It's really just, I think, 2 extra classrooms in increment 2. And we're also doing a big restroom remodel there. We are taking restrooms that have been closed for some time and reopening them. And then obviously increment 3 is the majority of the rest of the spaces. And so there's a slide for each campus. Meadow Homes, same thing. Orange is increment 1, green is increment 2, and then increment 3 is obviously the rest. The gray boxes are what we took care of in this initial phase 1. And then Rio Vista, the same thing. I don't want to say that there's no impact on increment 1 at Rio Vista, but we were able to, we planned over last summer and did some movement. So those spaces are actually already or not used. We still have to empty them. And then in the front of the school there, we're having a whole new front because that anybody who's driven down that road knows it's quite narrow. There's parking on either side. However, you're parking in the street and there's not really a good safe drop off for families. And so we're really happy about that. Just flipping back to the slide though, I just want to, obviously you guys have probably read it. But I want to share that we looked at what would doing a little bit of a delayed start, either summer or even into next spring. The reason that doing a summer start and ending in the open of fall wouldn't work is just because of all of that additional site work, the full painting and all of that. And we looked at what our cost increase would be should we delay construction a year. And so the recommendation tonight would be that, while we know that we have some concerns, that this is the best time to do it. And then lessons learned. I've been here a lot. You guys have shared support, but also shared the acknowledgement that you're hearing from our community just as we are. And so we've really put a plan together to ensure that that communication during the phase 2 projects, it's already starting, but that staff has a way to share questions, concerns, just statements with us. And so we'll be meeting with each school site in January to be able to set up those plans, continue that feedback, open communication so that the collaboration for phase 2 is just better at the end user level, which is the most important. If our educators aren't confident in when they're going to be able to get back into their space, how can they be prepared for having those kiddos back? So we want to just make sure that we're creating that, creating live documents. We've sampled several different trials really at that school site request. And so we're going to share just different versions so that the site gets to select how that communication happens. And then furniture. We've learned a lot from the furniture process. I will say, and I have reached out to our 3 communities and shared with them that we have heard feedback from the educators in phase 1. We've brought forward to you, and you guys have accepted some additional purchases. Some of that has already been delivered. We have a delivery date for the rest of it in January, and then we're also bringing forward some more items tonight. And so I want to just share the different communication avenues that we went through. And again, we're not done. So in phase 1, we constructed anywhere from special education classrooms, kindergarten through 3rd. We did have some storage solutions for TK, but I don't want to take away that all of our TK classrooms had received other furniture before. And so we want to just highlight that that was done through a different program. And so we just enhanced that, but full design, we did kindergarten through 3rd. So we received feedback from the teachers in those spaces across all 3 schools. We received feedback where the educators went directly to their administrator, and so their principal shared that information with us. And then based on that feedback, we made those revisions. And I want to just go through some slides. Any change that we're doing in the phase 2 design has either already been brought to you for phase 1 classrooms and it's on its way, or it will be coming. Like we made a solution to some of the open storage and now it's doored storage. So we'll be, I don't want anyone to think that because we made a change in 2 phase one is being left out. There's some things that we'll be working through as far as we made some, and you'll see on the slide, I'll just touch base on it when I get to the slide about furniture size. So, whoops. I just wanted it to be very transparent about what we designed in phase one and what we changed for kindergarten classrooms in phase two. So we have larger tables. In the kindergarten design, you can see a combination of tables and individual desks that can all be moved. The feedback that we got from our kinder teachers in phase one is that they really liked that table where they could have 4 to 6 students sit together. And so that's the design piece that we're working on. We're going to be doing some movement, and then we'll make some decisions for those kinder teachers that have the combination, probably sending out a survey and just trying to move some of the furniture around. Some teachers liked the individual desks, and so we might try to satisfy that way, or we'll come up with a solution together. More chairs, less wobbles, book cabinets, and then just the increase in size, right? Some of our students are just a little bit larger. So instead of having like the kinder size, we went to the first grade size for phase two. We included that as far as the chairs for the phase one additions. Desk size, though, that have already been on site, again, we'll deal with that. And just to quickly run through, you guys get the concept. On the left is what we designed previously. On the right is what we're adding based on all of our engagements. So first grade, it's just a lot of the same group tables, additional book cabinets, as well as leveled reading. What we really heard from our educators is, we've got a library in our classroom. How are you going to satisfy that? And so we heard them, and we're providing storage. This is just a different, dimensional picture of a first grade. See the wall storage on the right where those doors are open. Everybody will be getting full doored storage, phase two and phase one. And then second grade, third grade, fourth and fifth grade was a little bit different because we had an opportunity to really get in front of it, because we had not done a fourth and fifth grade in phase one. And so we created this design discovery team that had members selected from all 3 sites, and we engaged in 3 focal meetings just to talk about, what does fourth and fifth grade need. We didn't make a lot of change on the wall storage. We just added to it. We gave them options as far as like with what we had already designed, but the size and shape of the desks. We did additional storage. One of the things that we internally, before we met with the team, did not have is we didn't have floor rugs in the fourth and fifth grade space. And so I will just share that with the data that Ms. DiMartini shared with us. We really needed to include that. And so we talked about that with those fourth and fifth grade educators and added that. And so this process, although it still goes in line with what we provided in the younger grades, it really felt new. We went as far as measuring the text and making sure that we had enough storage in the space, not only for the teachers and for curriculum and all of that, but that the students that had lots of text would have plenty of storage. So moving on from there, before I go into the Schneider update, I'll just go ahead and update. I'm just moving topics now. So the HVAC controls project. We know, so the facilities department has a multiple phased contract with Schneider Electric. And what we are feeling the most from right now is the programming issues that are taking place with the HVAC controls. So when I've come before and shared information, it's the positive things about, what the controls project will allow us to do, reduce consumption on weekends and breaks and all of those things. We've heard lots of feedback as far as like where the control parameters were. We've opened them a little bit. I'm now here to say that we're opening them again because the intention of the project is not coming through because of the issues that we are having every single day. And so to address those current HVAC issues as a result of just the programming, some of them are unforeseen issues that we didn't know the system was going to respond this way when the programmers programmed that, and we're trying to deal with that. And other conversations that are happening with Schneider is that we feel like maybe you should have known this or you should have known that. And so I just want you to know that we are meeting with Schneider in a formal meeting every week. We are also in constant communication via email and other avenues of communication, telephone, a group text thread, both with the programmers, the program project managers, and then members of my team. I wish that I could stand up here and say 3 weeks from today, we are done. We are working towards that. We have a lot of work planned for the winter recess. We are trying to respond to those immediate needs that we're hearing from our school site, our educators, our office staff, all of that. It's affecting us across the district. And we are trying to improve the communication that is coming out. I don't want to say that every HVAC phone call that we get is based on controls, because we still have old equipment, we still have mechanical failures, but a lot of it is really tied to this. So just getting that communication out to our staff, and then getting some professional assistance as far as our communication and our language with our contractor partner to make sure that we have a successful finish. And that's what I have for now.
And I know we have a couple public comments, so maybe before we do questions, we can hear those.
We have one public commenter, Debbie Hickey, I'm sorry. Welcome, Debbie.
Hi, got you guys. You're gonna miss me today, didn't you? Didn't do the public comment, but I was so happy to see this one because about 6 weeks ago, sometime in October, I sent an email out in regards to our heater in our front office. I got no response. I made calls every day. On Monday, my office was 47 degrees. I have not had one single response from Melanie, not one. Okay, so I emailed Dr. Clark and one of my area members and said, hey, it's been over 6 weeks, still haven't had any heat in this office, can't get anybody to respond to it. The email that I got back, only because I responded to add Dr. Clark, was that I haven't seen any of your calls. Really? Because I keep a paper trail. On my paper trail, I gave her every single message. I called, I sent emails, I sent email after email, dates, times, days. You know what? I did get a response back. My bad. You're right. I did find them. Only to me, not to Dr. Clark, not to you. Okay. But her next response was to send me someone on December 5th who came out and looked at my thermostat and said, oh, yeah, there's a code on here. Okay. You going to fix it? No, didn't fix it. I got an email from Melanie that said, hey, we're going to read it every day. We're looking. We see that your office is lower than everybody else's. My front office, where my parents come into, my office, my principal's office. And lo and behold, we have some school teachers' classrooms who are now saying unoccupied. No heat. Right? She sits here and tells you that she is communicating with us. My concerns is I don't trust that anymore. I don't think you should either. And I'm tired of freezing. Today, yesterday, I was so cold, my hands were purple. And our area manager, Nick Jacobson, came through and said, why is it so cold in here? I said, I have no heat. He's like, well, I can bring you a heater. Today, he brought me a heater. He brought me a heater for shop 8, brought me a heater for my front office, brought me a heater from my office, for my principal's office. Thank God I have shoes that are nice and warm. So thank you, Nick, for doing something that your manager or your director should have done 6 weeks ago. Also, want to thank all of the other crew members who are always helping us do something, fixing our windows, and also making sure that we have the right capacity for maintenance. So I appreciate our electricians and I appreciate our glazers. Thank you for helping us, but it's not your director who's doing it. So maybe you should consider checking out what she's doing instead of what they're doing. Thank you. Thank you.
Question, Principal Board, comments?
Yeah, Melanie, I know it's a large project you're talking about here, years of time and bond issues and that sort of thing. Looking at those elementary schools, there were a lot of blue areas in the third phase. What's the target date to have them completed? And is it in the project guidelines for that timeline?
Thank you for asking. Our milestone for the increment 3 is July 11th. So we have multiple milestones in the contractual document phasing schedule. And so that would mean that the substantial completion for phase 3, all of the blue area, would be done July 3rd. That allows us time to clean the school, to get the furniture delivered, in anticipation of welcoming our educators back much sooner than we were able to in last phase.
So is that in the original timeline? Is that what you're looking at?
Correct. Our bid documents that went out to the contractors have those milestone schedule. And then obviously, because the contract hasn't been approved by the board yet, we don't have a construction schedule, but our documents allow us to hold them to those milestones. So we'll work that out with the contractor, assuming the contract is awarded at the pre-construction meeting. But that's part of the bid that they bid on, is that they hit those dates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just trying to let other people. I just want to say thank you for really listening to feedback on the furniture. I've been hearing a lot about that. And when I went out to the sites, when the school was just opening, I could see, like, oh, we have this size books, and especially at the younger ages, right? Larger books, and like not a place to put them. And I love reading. I love books. We need places for books. So I really appreciate the flexibility there and listening to the feedback. And I look forward to seeing the new furniture that's coming in that's responding to that. On the controls, I mean, this is just I'm sure it's as frustrating for you as it is for all of us, and especially for people who are freezing cold in their classrooms every single day. To me, it's especially I'm most frustrated with Schneider Electric, because basically what they sold to us was that they are experts in this, that they have done this before in multiple nearby school districts successfully. And so as an engineer, I know that you don't just, decide that you're going to program something and go across 50 school sites with it, right? You beta test. That's just standard. You test with a very small sample size. You make sure it works before you go all the way. So I don't understand why that was even the process in the first place, coming from them, and why it can't be reversed. So if the controls are set for during the school day right now, why can't we just turn it off? Make it local control for the school day. If they want to fool around with the programming at 8 p.m., let them do that, right? That's fine. But it's so incredibly unacceptable that this has been their process from the beginning. So I appreciate you continuing to try to explain why their programming is not working, but I actually feel like we need to hear from them on that to hold Schneider accountable for this.
Good comments.
I would just be curious, though, how much of it is it's not working or it's not the temperature that they desire? Because I know in Contra Costa County, all their offices, they have a limit. It'll be at whatever it is, 72. Because if you don't, you have this person's freezing, but this person's hot and that person, so they're constantly messing with it, which makes it break or high bills. So I'm wondering how much of it is literally not working or different people want different temperatures. I know in the old ones, it wasn't working, but with the new systems, that would just be something I'd be interested in hearing more about. Not necessarily this minute, but it'd be something to look at, I would think.
Again, Melanie, I want to thank you for, for taking this on. We have not had construction in this district for many, many, many years, and I know it shows out there. And I know it's a frustrating situation. And I want to publicly thank you and acknowledge, what you've had to endure during this process. I understand people are cold or hot. And I know that that's uncomfortable and that's not a good environment, but it's not as if you are doing this on purpose. You have a staff, you have rules and regulations, you have a budget, and I know that you are working to do this. And so thank you for presenting this. And just my only thing is the more communication that we can do to keep people informed of our process and where we are with things, the better. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to acknowledge that we've been doing that. We went to the office managers meeting today and shared a slideshow of like, as much as I want to be the person that is receiving and helping you in every instance, you guys would not like to see my inbox and the amount of emails that I get. And so we do have people, I brought most of my staff with me. I've also shared at principals meetings, our district-wide meeting. And so thank you for acknowledging that. I want to help, but I also have a staff that's there to help as well.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you.
We're ready to move on to 13.4.
13.4, we have Ms. Filios who posted just several of the site plans on the agenda, but they all are available. But I won't steal your thunder, but go ahead and present your item.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm Christina Filios, Assistant Director of Instructional Support. I'm bringing forward for information tonight a review of the school plans for student achievement. The schools that receive LCFF supplemental funds and or Title I funds and or CSI funds or any combination thereof, we require that they allocate those funds in a plan that is informed by dashboard data and local indicators, and the plans are developed, monitored, and evaluated by the school site councils of each site. The strategies indicated in the plan are site-specific based on site needs, and the funding is then allocated to support those strategies. Just as a reminder for our board, in June, we brought forward our CSI funded school plans for student achievement in order to meet the deadline for having an approved plan before the start of school. And so some of those plans are currently intact and not presented in the shared folder, but we will be bringing forward all of the plans for approval in January, so that if there's any feedback or any corrections needed, we can make those before we bring them for board approval.
Okay. We have 2 public comment cards. Are you? Michael Schneider. Welcome, Mr. Schneider.
Good evening. I've been looking at SPSAs for the last 2 years across almost all the unified school districts. And there's something that keeps kind of coming up here. And I'm just wondering, we talk about the California dashboard and how we can go ahead and get this better. this is where we start. This is the foundation at the classroom levels. And so when we start looking at these reports, they seem to be more very broad, and big spoonfuls, very general. It's not really specific. How do we go after the chronic absenteeism? How do we bridge the opportunity gaps that exist? And so briefly, I'll go through as fast as I can through money gardens. Students with disabilities was only mentioned 3 times. Socioeconomically challenged children 6 times. They're 20% of the population. They really need help. Their scores based on all students, students that are not in those categories, really wide. Where is that equity to bridge that equity gap? I'm very confused on how supplemental funding is looked at from the district. For me, it's high needs kids, low income or English learners, students with disabilities. But I keep seeing for all students, these funding amounts, these funding dollars, instead of for our foster youth, this is what we're going to do. And for our low income students, this is what we're going to do. It's going to all students, which, like I said, I just need some clarification on it. Again, El Dorado, socioeconomic children were only mentioned 1 time. And I forgot I had 3 minutes. But more transparency, we need details, what's happening with the ELPs, the music and arts, physical education, library avenues. All of these are helping to decrease and decompress our students. And that will bring down our chronic absenteeism or suspensions, at the same time increase our academic scores. Laser focused. Thank you.
Second comment card is from Donald Reynolds. Welcome, Mr. Reynolds.
Again, I know all of the members of the board can't see the card. Oftentimes when I put in a card at the bottom where it says group representative, it'll say Medea. Down there on this card, it says parent. I am currently the parent of 2 Mount Diablo Unified School District students. I have a daughter who's in 8th grade at Sequoia Middle School. I have a son who is an 11th grader, currently on home and hospital, but enrolled at College Park. I am currently on the school site council at College Park. I have been on the school site council at Sequoia. I have been on the school site council at Monty Gardens Elementary School. I have been on the school site council at Northgate High School, and I have been on the school site council at Mount Diablo High School. I mention school sites because it is the school site councils at each of our sites who are responsible for looking at and approving the school plans for student achievement. And so each of them that makes their way to you has ostensibly been through a school site council. I have served on school site councils in this district for more than a decade, again, at 5 different schools. I have been a school site council chair, a vice chair, a secretary, a parliamentarian. I have deep experience in that. As most of you know, I also have training in California Ed Code and school finance. The reason I bring that up is school site councils, as it relates to the school plan for student achievement, look at the dollars that school site councils have purview over, one large category of which is our local control funding formula supplemental grant dollars, LCFF supplemental grant dollars. The LCFF supplemental grants and concentration grants are some of the most intense institutional attempts at undoing generations of inequitable funding and support for our students who most need it. It is our state saying, through its funding mechanisms, we value equity. The idea behind an LCFF supplemental grant is those dollars are generated by specific students, language learners, students who qualify for free or reduced lunch, homeless and foster youth. Each of those students everywhere in the district generate LCFF dollars, supplemental grants. Those are the dollars that our school site council members are responsible for looking at how they're being spent in these plans. And I will tell you, as someone who has sat on school councils at 5 of our schools, the way your administrators are teaching the importance of that concept, supplemental grant dollars should be spent on the students who generate them. The way that your admin are approaching that with their school site councils is a failure. And I say it as someone who has sat on our councils, and I say it as someone who has spoken to the site administrators and told them that they can do a better job of educating their school site council members on the legal spending of these. And why does it matter? Because I would assert that more than half of the school plans for student achievement that come to you are illegally spending LCFF supplemental grant dollars on students that did not generate them. And I would encourage you to do all you can to ensure that your site administrators are getting the training they need to both write and draft those school plans for student achievement and to train their school site council members who don't know what they don't know. The importance of ensuring that those dollars that are an institutional and state level approach to undoing inequities in school funding, that we should be more focused on spending those dollars on the students who generate them so that we can dismantle those inequities by giving those students these supplements, remembering that a supplement goes beyond the base level. So if it goes for everyone, we shouldn't be using supplemental grant dollars for it. I would encourage you all to do everything that you can as board members to ensure that your admin are doing everything they can so that these school plans for student achievement are really focusing on the students that they are designed to serve. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
No.
May I comment?
Certainly.
I have a little bit of experience with Title I and supplemental funds as well, because I used to be on the committee of practitioners that overlooked funding for schools. When I read, I read all of these eventually, and I always start with the 4 that are on the agenda. What I saw was consistent in the 4 sites are doing more to get parents involved. I saw at Monty Gardens, they're doing gardening, which my experience with gardening is that gets to the kids that aren't always traditionally successful in the classroom, and it brings families into it. They had a potluck that brings families to the table. I think El Dorado had a parent university that brings parents in. Mount Diablo High School is having college nights for our children of color and the other children. That brings parents in, that brings education in. And the other school, which is one of our, what do we call them now, prospects, is seeing an up in parent involvement. I think the way we do better for our kids is we get the parents to the table, we get the parents involved, and we do things that maybe don't traditionally like garden look like what we're doing, but I see the garden as another kind of classroom. And I look forward to reading the rest of the plans to see what other creative ways our other schools are finding the ways to meet the needs of their all very different and individualized communities.
Their comments?
I just want to thank everyone for their work on these SPSAs. As was mentioned, it is a lot of work. It is that school site council, which most of us have sat on as parents, the school site councils, and done that work directly. So I would say if you're looking at numbers across the district, maybe start with the school that you're a parent in, sit on that site council and ask that principal, right? What are they looking at as far as how they're prioritizing the funds for that school? How are they spending at that school, right? That's where you can make the most difference as a parent in this district, for sure. I also was impressed with the level of family engagement that's happening in a lot of these plans, as well as I know I've had concerns about the generalities of our SPSAs in the past. And I noticed that Mount Diablo High in particular is getting much more specific in the descriptions. And really, after we went to the WASC meeting there, they implemented a lot of those pieces in their plan, which I really appreciate. My question was, in the place where they're looking at the scores, we see, as Dr. Clark was talking about, the scores are not where we want them to be. We need to be looking at what kind of like major changes we can make to not just be leveling off here. And in particular, when we see the math scores being extremely low, what I feel like I didn't see necessarily in the plans was something specific to that. Like, are we going to do math intervention, intensive tutoring? Are we bringing in a math coach? So kind of what are we thinking about in terms of at these particular schools?
Trustee Count, I just want to say you sent a list of questions earlier to me, and Philios has those, but
Okay.
she's not going to respond.
Okay, okay.
Cuff
And
it.
we don't have the principals here tonight. Okay.
We have principals here, but
And this is just informational tonight. So that's just
we
one
do
of
have your questions.
fantastic. And I know we're not taking an action tonight. So thank you very much.
I do want to just thank you. I want to thank our community for being engaged with our plans and providing feedback. That is, what we desire. Is these are jointly developed and specific to the site needs. I do just want to thank, we do have a few of our site administrators here tonight. So I want to thank Bess Enzeo, our principal at Monte Gardens next door, Vice Principal Josie Kirkland from Mount Diablo High School. And we also have our school site council chairperson and WAS chairperson from Mount Diablo High School, Kyle Kondo. So I want to thank them for being here in support of the plans.
Just as we close this out, I just want to say, because of some of the comments that were made, is that we post in our Friday letter every single week of the things going on in this district. And I would just say that it would be nice if we didn't face so much resistance in some of the things that we are trying to accomplish that are best for our students. And so I'm gonna leave that at that, but it would be nice really to get on the same page with everyone and all employees working together to support all students, and especially our students who have the most needs. And so just there's been a few things that have been said tonight that are suggestions that we should be doing, but yet we receive a great deal of resistance from those. And so part of trying to get everyone on the same page is dealing with that resistance as we continue to move forward so that we really can benefit our students. So so these plans are, I understand they're not perfect. Sometimes we have to make them general, but I can assure you that those funds are going to the students that they are intended for. And we also supplement a lot of our efforts with other dollars so that we don't leave kids out of receiving services. But I guarantee you that students who need our services, we're doing all we can to get those student services. When you talk about tutoring, we have to contract out for tutoring, right? So it'd be great to have our own in-house tutors do that stuff, but we have to contract out with many of those types of services that would benefit our students. So we're going to continue working on this, and but again, just because some of the things that were said is that the resistance, and it's not wide resistance, but it's just like as we're trying to do what's best for students, it's just sometimes challenging to get things across the finish line. And so, as I shared before, I'm disappointed with many of our student outcomes because I want all of our students to thrive, but it appears that sometimes we're not all on the same page with that, and I would really like to see that continue to go forward and to improve. Thank you, Ms. Filios.
Thank you for your excellent report. All right, board member reports.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
I'm watching Trustee McDougall's group over there, and I would really like them to to be able to hear from the trustee, and so maybe we could start with Trustee McDougall.
Okay.
I know I don't want to put you on the spot there, but
Harry's going to let
Well,
all the ladies go first.
Normally, we let the new trustee go last, so he hears. But
I'd be glad to do
we'll
that.
let you start.
Yeah.
You'll be
Okay.
our first victim.
Okay. When this activity, when I'd listened, I've been here for maybe 5 meetings in the past year before I got elected. And I would hear all the activities that you guys would do. And I just say, how do they do that all at once time? You know, that sort of thing. And then I thought, how am I going to put anything down on a schedule here? Well, I went back a few months and I found some things. September 28th, I went to a parent conference and fair at Loma Vista. Very informative. October 16th, I went to a CTE fair at Concord High School in the morning. I met many vocational training purveyors and both inside and outside the district. And I just want to say, this is one of the areas I want to concentrate on is the vocational training within our district. October 17th was a candidates forum at Silverwood Elementary. I'm going to make comments on that later. November 13th, I attended a Zoom meeting for the California Reading Summit. Very eye-opening because I heard from all educators across the state of California on what they're doing on reading programs. November 22nd, I went to a math curriculum review at Willow Creek and saw all the 4 vendors that were putting up their samples. And I think it's been narrowed down since then to 2 or 1 math vendor. So that was very informational. A couple of weeks ago, I went to the California School Board Conference in Anaheim, and I'll have to say that was like drinking from a fire hose because it was just so much information, all of it useful, and so hard to take in all in the couple of days we were there. And then yesterday, I went to the Parents Advisory Committee at Willow Creek, where they were talking about student services. Deborah Mason went to it as well. And so that's a few things I've done in the past couple of months. I want to refer back to the candidates forum on October 17th. I would like to make a statement on some comments made to this board on the 13th and were repeated tonight. The comments about me that evening were incorrect. They were unkind, although as a politician now I'm finding that I have to live with that sort of stuff. But I think they were also uncalled for. About racism and xenophobia because they're not true. I want all of our children to be able to compete in the world marketplace. That's what I was saying. Our county, our state, our country needs graduates that can compete in the world marketplace because our future as a free country depends on it. I found since then that many people did hear my comments correctly, and I'm glad of that. So I want to work with all the elements of our district, the students, the parents, the teachers, the administrators, towards the goal of vastly improving our educational efforts. This is a huge and necessary goal, which will require us to work hard and work together to achieve that. One way I'm going to start doing that is to hold open talk forums on a monthly basis for the public to meet and speak out. For the first month, I'm going to do it on the first Tuesday night. I'll do it at 5 o'clock in the evening. We'll see if that works. And might change the schedule in future months. But we're going to be meeting at Pete's Coffee House on Todos Santos Square. So I invite everybody at 5 p.m. on January 7th to come and speak your mind. Thank you.
Trustee Nzeli, would you like to go next?
Sure. I'm like, we're all well, we still have a lot of agenda left. And we're all that stands away between us and winter break. I just wanted to mention I went to CSBA briefly just for a day, and I attended session hosted by Victor Valley Unified. No, yeah, it's high school district. Like it's HU. My high school district was Hanford Unified, where it's just a high school district. It's Hanford Union, right? That's what I knew. The U was not unified; it was Union, and it's related to like the dashboard, in a way, or the measurement around college readiness in A through G, and their whole presentation was on a program they've implemented to ensure Black students at it started at one high school and is now spread to one other in their district, are achieving A through G, and it's by having one teacher who reluctantly took on the role because he didn't want to leave the classroom, but to be in charge of, for every student, every Black student, they assess at whatever grade they are, if they're on track for completing their A through Gs, if they're just sort of behind, if they're more than sort of behind, and if they're not, if they're on track to not graduate on time. And just the all of the steps they take to support students around. Well, the biggest part of the story is that I've heard this before actually from Trustee McFerrin at Mount Diablo, of when a student, like if a teacher just assumes you're going to college, but you never even considered yourself as a person who could ever go to college, how much that can change their trajectory. And that's like kind of what this is doing, of where students and their families suddenly realize with A through G completion, that opens up their opportunities. It doesn't mean they have to go to college, or even that they should. There's so many opportunities, but if you have A through G, you have every opportunity. You have choices. And I was just really, really impressed and inspired by the group from that school district that presented, and thought it was totally something we could do here and probably do even better. In fact, because of who we have. So that is that. I just want people to know, like, we've got how many days left in the year? So many days left in the year and only 2 more school days. Thank goodness, as a parent. I'm ready for the rest, but I just encourage our students, our teachers, all of our staff, everyone in this room, however you are, that it's okay to be still for these last few weeks, and rest. That stillness is okay, even as you approach the hustle of whatever holidays you may be celebrating in these next 2 weeks. You can be still, and I encourage it so that we come back ready and rejuvenated.
Yes, I actually have a bullet point or a presentation.
She stepped up the game for us.
So you guys don't have to copy this.
2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend the California School Board Association conference in Anaheim. A couple things we did in the conference is we had the opportunity to work with student board members from all over California. The ones who were there were from Modesto, Sacramento, Pittsburgh High School, and Black Diamond High School. We discussed there you go, thank you. Strategies about how to put our ideas into action. We listened to guest speakers who were previous board members, and I also got the chance to see Dr. Clark. A couple takeaways were how to communicate clearly, actively listen to others, be clear about my ideas, do not be afraid to make decisions or mistakes. Number 2, reflect on character strengths. Important character strengths I believe in is believe in yourself. I have the skill to be a leader. Number 2, love of learning. Openness is to learn new things. And number 3 is be brave. I was nervous to put myself in uncomfortable situations. It's helping me to grow. I am learning that I enjoy the opportunity to grow and challenge myself. The Disney Leadership Academy. It was my first time going to Disneyland, and so it was my mom's. I learned about Walt Disney had a dream to make a happier place for families. Learned how to turn dreams into reality. A quote that he said that really inspired me was, "You can design and create and build the most wonderful place in the world, but it takes the people to make the dream a reality." Walt Disney. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. It was nice getting to meet different people from all over.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, Mrs. Mason.
She touched my Mickey Mouse heart with that. We share a birthday, Disneyland and I, so. And not the 100th one that Dr. Clark talked about. The park opened. Although if I was 100, I'd be looking pretty good when okay,
You
I
do
go
look
to
great.
the conference and I always feel obligated to come back and give you a couple words of wisdom for each session that I went to. The first was to post or not to post. And it went over examples of where students, staff, and board members can overshare and get themselves into trouble. So the important thing to remember that you shouldn't be posting or saying anything that affects how our children and the schools. And even more important for board members to remember to, when you're speaking at board meetings, and remain in our jurisdiction. We're politicians, but our jurisdiction's the school district. We don't really need to go beyond that. Okay, current legal issues issuing facing the board. AI is the big one and the possibility of more bullying with that. It's important to look at our policies and make sure they're on task, and to balance students and parents' rights, and know that the teachers are here to teach the curriculum, not necessarily their opinions. Current issues impacting board policy is again A1. They're looking at that's going to be a big problem, and continue to look at your policies around social media. How federal policy, budget, and election impacts education. We don't know anything about that right now. We're hoping that there still will be a Department of Education, and we're hoping that there will still be Title I funds, which would certainly impact our negotiations coming up if there aren't. Prop 98, what is it? Why do we want it? And how does it work? I left there with a headache. I don't understand it. I think our efforts should be spent, as I continue to say, on getting more per pupil spending. As of this year, California is 17th in per pupil spending, but when you factor in the cost of labor, it puts us at 34 out of 50 states, which is just not acceptable to me. So when our teachers come here upset, I hear that, but they need to be in Sacramento telling them to invest in our kids, because this Prop 98 sounds to me like just a job for lobbyists. First Amendment auditors, is your district ready for them? I hope none of these people are listening, but apparently there's a group of people out there, and we'll have to train our frontline staff that they come in with cameras, they want to see things, and then they mess with it and show a video that looks like you're being the aggressor. They're not being the aggressor. So that's something to look at, for that's going on out there. And then the last was pure politics, which is concerns about our students being safe at school regarding the immigration problems that might be coming up. And they are currently optimistic about our economy, saying there might be a 2.6 COLA, but we know how that goes. Every time they do that, then they come back with another number, and then people get mad at us because they said we don't know the budget. That's because the state doesn't tell us the budget. On a local level, let me see. Way back in November, we had a great DLAC meeting out in Bay Point. Loved that. I visited Olympic with Dr. Clark and Trustee Cowan for a visit from a representative from another continuation school. We gave away 75 turkeys the day before Thanksgiving break through our turkey trot we do through the Keller Mitigation and the MAC. I went to the Ignacio Valley High School robotic kickoff the night before I went off to the conference. And we had a great Kwanzaa celebration at our APAC. And then on Friday the 13th, which I usually don't do anything, but Bel Air and Rio Vista both had evening events. Bel Air had a rocking party with a lot of parents, which was great to see. Kids were having a great time. And then Rio Vista had their Santa night that they have every year. Then on Saturday, I went to the counselors meeting at Holbrook and listened to our counselors, and they're going to be presenting, I guess, in San Diego in the future. Excited about that. At Sure Acres on Monday morning, they had a sing-along that was standing room only. I actually had to walk instead of drive because I lived that close to the school and there was no parking. And then I went to the PAC meeting with these two gentlemen last night. And then Bel Air this morning had an assembly, a cultural assembly that, and we'll see, there's an item on our agenda later about, and under consent, about Mount Diablo Education Association providing cultural assemblies and field trips for schools in Bay Point. And I believe that is a partnership with Keller Mitigation, which they don't mention in there, but they did come to us for funding for programs for the Bay Point schools, and Keller did fund them. So that's my report.
Mrs. Cowan, trustee.
All right, I will be brief. I unfortunately missed the CSBA conference for the first time, so I'm sorry to not have been able to be there with you all, but thank you for sharing all of your great learnings. But because I happened to be here, that gave me the opportunity to volunteer at the Mount Diablo SOAR holiday event, which was amazing. You know, they just outdo themselves every year. So because it was located at Oak Grove Middle School, there was more space to have even more items and more volunteers, and it went really smoothly. We didn't have the long lines like last year. Just incredible how many, you know, the leadership of Rosie Reed and how many teachers and staff and volunteers from the community like really made that happen and brought things from all over. Just incredible. And then from there, I was able to swing by the YB High Robotics Meet the Team event. Always great to see those student leaders present their program and to see the video that PG&E had produced for them. So definitely check that out. I also got the chance to observe the Northgate Mock Congress, which is just a wonderful thing that that they do for all seniors to be able to participate in. And they discussed some really intense bills and topics that you'd think might be too controversial to, you know, to be able to be topics that they covered, but they did it, and they did it with professionalism and grace, and it was really gave me hope for the future. And then lastly, I got to swing by Wren Avenue School of the Arts, who was having an author event with Tyler Gordon. Tyler Gordon, if you haven't heard of him, is an 18-year-old youth author and artist. So he's described as an artivist and an anti-bullying advocate. And he wrote this book called The Boy Who Found His Voice. And apparently DRAA funded and helped create the opportunity for him to come and not only give out and sign his books, but just be a true inspiration to the students there. He had a stutter when he was young and was being bullied for it. And through painting is really how he found his voice. And he does all kinds of famous paintings, portraits of the powerful. So you can check out his Instagram and all of that. But lastly, I just want to say congratulations and welcome. Congratulations, Trustee Nzewi, on your reelection, and so glad to have your expertise, your strong policy mind, and your passion for all students here on the board. And I want to welcome Trustee McDougall to our team. And I appreciate that you are hitting the ground running, you know, going to the CSBA conference, making sure that you're learning not only within our schools about what's going on already, but also, you know, about how our public schools work in the state of California. And I appreciate your, you mentioned the focus on vocational education, and that's definitely something that we as a team have been very focused on, the career pathways that we have here for our students and expanding them. So welcome.
Well, thank you for these excellent reports. And I also want to welcome Trustee McDougall and congratulate Trustee Nzewi again. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. It just changed. I guess they think I'm done. Well, it jumped. My notes are in the system. Here, I'm trying to save paper. Won't go backwards. Well, I'll start with here we go. Complimenting CAC Special Education for their holiday celebration that they put on for families last night at Monty Gardens next door. There were over 95 registrants, and I suspect that we had more than 95 attendees at the event. And it was an opportunity for families to participate in cookie decoration, complete craft projects, including 3 types of celebrations, letter writing, of course, to Santa, and they could visit with Santa. And then the families could all share a meal together. So that the crafts and things to do were set up on the perimeter, and the families could sit together at tables in the center of the multi-use room. So it was very congenial and warm, and families lingered for quite a while. They would do a few crafts, come and get something to eat, sit down and eat, and then go do a few more crafts. They didn't just eat and leave. They lingered and talked with staff, and really appreciated the events. So I want to thank the CAC board and the special education staff for the purchasing, the preparing, the setup, the assisting the students and parents, and all of the cleanup, because it was a group effort. And I believe that a happy celebration was held by all, or had by all. I want to share 2 events that are coming up in January for our trustees. The trustees and superintendents working effectively together for the good of students will be held Monday, January 13th at 6 p.m. in Castro Valley. This will be an Region 7 area, which includes Region 7A is Contra Costa County, and Region 7B is Alameda. So it'll be a joint meeting including superintendents as presenters, and then CSBA will table material and resources. And then the other event is January 25th, a presentation by Capital Advisors, including CSBA and AXA, and they will present on the budget perspectives at the County Office of Education, and both events are free. The CSBA conference was great. I have lots to share with you, but I will not go into that. What was interesting was outgoing CSBA President Albert Gonzalez actually attended Mount Diablo Elementary Schools. So that was something new that I learned about him. He was a most gracious president. And then another kudo to Contra Costa County is that Contra Costa County Board of Education member Annette Lewis was elected the director for the county board's region during the delegate assembly meeting that preceded the conference. So Contra Costa County has quite a presence on delegate assembly. There will also be 2 seats open in Region 7A. So if you wish to go on the CSBA website, you can determine if you wish to submit your application, and then it will come forward to our board to vote on the 2 open seats for our area. At the conference, there's the Golden Bell Awards ceremony where districts are recognized and individuals are recognized for outstanding work. Dr. Clark reviewed applications for the awards, and I agreed to be a site validator. I recommend that any of you who receive this opportunity to be a validator do this, because you learn so much about what's happening in another district and can bring those ideas home and nag our own staff about them. And the other thing is you can look at what's happening in another district and be thankful what's happening in Mount Diablo, either because we're replicating it already or we've started it some time ago. The and so I valued that experience a lot. The general speakers, of course, were The Science of Well-Being by Dr. Lori Santos from Yale University. And she gave comments about the psychological science to increase happiness, reduce stress, and flourish in life. She also provided free tools for everyone in the audience to use in schools or with their personal lives. And that information can be available from all of us, and I'm happy to provide it. The other speaker that meeting speaker was Dr. Corey Lathan, Inventing the Future and the Potential of AI in Inventions. She is a proponent of techno-optimism and augmented reality. And she has invented things for NASA, for many different, what do I want to say, services, and is working with young people in inventing other AI technology that will help people that are unable to walk be able to walk. That provided a video of some of the things that are happening or in the course of being tested and piloted, and it's amazing, especially when you have a senior member in your family that has difficulty in walking. The workshops, like Ms. Mason, what board members need to know about Title IX, Show Me the Money. 70% of the legislature has 2 years experience or less. And so there's a huge knowledge gap. There's little understanding of LCFF and LCAP, and we need to make sure that our policymakers understand the education that's required and the advocacy that's necessary to protect all our dollars, and in my view, could tell new categorical funding pet peeves. I went to 2 other AI presentations. One was Your Partner in Reducing Cognitive Load. The other one was Promise, Peril, Policy, and Performance. There were many of the same topics that you talked about, but also they mentioned that any business, including school districts, need to review their contracts carefully, whether they are renewal contracts, new contracts, because of the AI language that is going to be creeping into contracts and how we need to be careful and protect ourselves. The conference about repeating and breaking the historical cycles of education, finance, and policy in California. It's a similar workshop year to year, but it's always a fun one to go to because the presenters like to throw out a few, what do I want to say, intriguing comments. And the other one was Pure Politics, the policy, finance, and political landscape impacting schools. And Kevin Gordon is always a great presenter and keeps everybody on their toes during those conferences. If you happen to see some of the list of workshops, I've downloaded almost all of the handouts, so you can contact me and then I will forward them to Dr. Clark and he can forward them to you. And I wanted to present to everybody, and I'll give Dr. Clark a copy first, some handouts from the conference on AI. It's an AI roadmap and facilitation guide. So 3 go this way and 2 go that way. And this is Dr. Clark's. And I've already given Laura the copy for the public. So, and the one document that I didn't have a hard copy for, but I hope everybody will go on the CSBA website and look up, is the Drowning in Documentation. This is a effort by CSBA to work with the legislature and inform them about the mountains of paperwork that school districts have to go through and determine where there's duplication so that we can reduce this workload to our administrators and everyone involved that has to create these documents. The document is dated 10/2024, and it's on the CSBA website. I wish everybody a safe and happy holiday. Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Trustee President Mayo. I just have a few slides to share, but we always start with the LCAP. And before I just begin, I'm thrilled that Trustee Nzewi is back and ran unopposed. And, we need to continue to have your voice on this board and your leadership. You bring so much value to the students and staff and families of Mount Diablo, and it's going to be great to have you around for the next 4 years. Yes. And Trustee McDougall, I want to welcome you, and it's been nice getting to know you over the last couple of weeks, and definitely we spent some time together in CSBA, and that was good, and looking forward to working collaboratively together. We're a team on this dais, right? It's not just the superintendent, it's not just the board. We're a governance team, and so I hold this relationship extremely valuable, and I always want to make sure that we're doing the best we can for our district. And I'm extremely proud to work with this governance team and to implement your vision in the district. That is what my job is to take the vision of the board and then play it out within our schools, within our 55 schools and surrounding communities. Our LCAP goals are very clear on what it is that we value as a district and as a board, and I work extremely hard to see those through. I want to start, when we look at goal number 1, it really talks about all students receiving that high quality education, and that everything that we do is to prepare our students for college and career. And that starts from TK, which I'm so glad that we have, TK all the way up through 12 and beyond. But you have an example here of students on the left. Those are students who are getting college advice, listening to their college counselors. Over on the right, you have our students who took a visit to UC Davis, all showing them what's possible and what's right in front of them. Here's another one of our schools, and in the background, and this is something that's present in all of our college and careers. Over on the left, you have career education. In the middle, you have scholarships, so that students can find the many different ways to pay for very expensive educations. Over to the right a little bit more, you have FAFSA, so students know how to apply for FAFSA. And then over on the right of that, you have entrance exams, SAT, ACT, AP test, PSAT. And these are our students. The slides I present and the Friday letters that we post are just from the week or the last couple weeks. So this isn't something that I had to go back to September to find or anything like that. These are things we're doing in our district every single day. These are 8th grade students in our district working on examining colleges, examining their pathways on how that they can get to school. And you can see in the environment that they're in, there's college flags in the background and things like that. So we really want to create that environment and that access for all of our students to have an opportunity to attend college if that's what they wish to do. We also, we also want to continue to highlight the benefits of dual enrollment. We and a couple of staff members went to the breakfast with DVC, and DVC is free to all of our students. Any of our students can sign up. They can take classes at night. They can take classes over the summer. We would like, at some point, our students, when they graduate from our institution, that they have at least one college class under their belt, whether that's taken on our own high school campuses or whether it's taken at the DVC or LMC campus. So this is something this is all Mount Diablo stuff. This is all stuff that we're doing now to support our students and to and to get them those opportunities. it is college and career. And so this is upcoming. This is a 8th grade CTE fair that will be taking place at one of our middle schools, Riverview Middle School, but you can see all of our middle schools are participating. At our high schools, the pathways, at Concord High, we have engineering, we have art, digital media, photography, transportation. Mount Diablo High, we have transportation, we have art, digital media, we have JROTC. At YV, we have health, we have education, engineering, those are all pathways. And then at College Park, we have art, digital media, and photography. And then over on the right, those are all our partners. Cal State East Bay, Hospitality and Tourism, Contra Costa Fire, DVC Career Education, Boilermakers, Plumbers, Steam Fitters, PG&E, Contra Costa Sheriff. These are all partners who are available for our students to do internships and to learn more about, about these careers. This is a training center. It's right behind Costco. And we have for the last 6 months or so, under the support, I know I saw him earlier, but Chris Clausen has been organizing and working with our middle schoolers, that we're sending middle schoolers over to this training center to go and be exposed to the trades. And so UA Local 342, these are pictures just from a couple weeks ago of our students over with the trades working on projects. The students in the center, that's when I went and walked through this and participated with the students, these are pipe fitters. And so they went through that process. And it's all very real life stuff. Like this is a real facility where these things are taking place. Here is just some of our staffs. Again, goal 2 within our LCAP. It's about that highly qualified staff, responsive staff, again, preparing our students for college and career. So over on the left, we have our college and career advisor. Over on the right, we have our Mount Diablo Unified Career Pathways team attending conferences. I see Mr. Alberico there. I see Mr. Trowbridge. Those are dynamic teachers in our district who are giving back and providing these experiences for our students. These are teachers. Again, when we talk about highly qualified, I know that they're probably going to be upset that I'm sharing this picture because I know that it's a theme, right? And they're dressing up and things like that. And I could probably could have pulled a more professional picture. But when I went to go visit Walnut Acres, this is what I saw. I saw happy teachers. I saw happy kids. I saw parent volunteers. I saw classified employees. And it was good. And this is something that, we shared out on our social media that was shared. And it's real hard as a Raiders fan to share a picture with someone with a Chiefs shirt. But I'll do anything for the organization. And so here we go. These are also just some of our wonderful, committed staff members. This is the team over at Mount Diablo High School. This is our campus supervisors who really work to keep our students safe, but they do so much more, right? They're not just, they're there. We got a football coach on there. We have a golf coach on there. They're folks who are really invested in our students and not just there to discipline and to say, no, stop it, but they really do create relationships with our students and make sure that they're safe. And so just appreciate them. And they got twin shirts on and stuff like that I won't jump into. We have excellence in our district. I know, I'm not going to let anybody tell our story for us and demean the work that's taking place in our district. We have absolutely fabulous students in this district from across every one of our 55 schools have students that I will continue to advocate for and who I advocate for each and every day, regardless of their background, regardless of their skill level, regardless of what needs they have or how they present themselves. They are giving us their very best. And I accept that full-heartedly. Over on the left, that's from our YV students. That's from the 212 engineering group. They are awesome. They're winning awards. They are doing state-of-the-art type things that other districts would, would be very proud to call their own. I know Trustee Cowan talked about the mock Congress that took place over at Northgate. That's not a room full of Congress people or senators. That's a room full of our students. Those are the students that you all as a board represent and, and shepherd through this process. And I'm extremely proud of each and every one of them. These are our students. When I was in school, we dissected a cow's eye, right? And it was a big deal. These are sharks. This is Olympic High School, right? And these are students who constantly, when I talked about resistance and things like that, these are students who folks make up their own determination on these students. When we were at Olympic High School for that meeting, Trustee Mason and Vice President Cowan, we were there for Model Continuation School. And the gentleman who was there for the Model Continuation School sent us like a 2-page email talking about the things and the care that we provide our students and how that staff over there is united on serving those students and the leadership that they have over there. And here we have, our continuation schools students, which are just like any other students. I really hate that we label our students either Title I students or continuation. They're just our students, right? They're just Mount Diablo students. And I'm extremely proud of these students. But look at them. They're never, ever going to forget this. Never. And yes, but these are sharks. These are sharks. And they do smell. I know the formaldehyde just, it just gets you when you're doing those dissecting. But like, look at that. Look at those students' eyes and things like that. And that's why, just when I hear, people who want to describe our students and label our students in very negative ways, that I take it personally and I use that for motivation to continue this work, to continue our bond, because a united school board helps to make these actions happen. Performing arts, right? You may not be able to see the picture very well on the left, but those are students from Pine Hollow Middle School. They're playing violins, right? They got violins, right? What middle schooler is playing the violin? It's happening in our district, right? The picture on the right is students from Northgate, the jazz band. They're over at the San Francisco Jazz Festival, right? Playing and winning awards and things like that. Mount Diablo High School, right? It's great as we've opened up the offerings at the school and not kept it so confined to the wall-to-wall academies. Here we have choirs, drum lines, things like that taking place over at Mount Diablo High School. Just it's something fabulous to see what those students are able to do over there. Athletics, incredible basketball player over at Mount Diablo High School. The young lady is doing wonderful things on that team, very personable. Whenever I go to that campus, I tend to run into her and have great conversations with her. Soccer team over from Concord High School and stuff like that. We have, our performing arts athletic programs are receiving awards, are doing great things, but most importantly, they're making that connection to our school. These students who participate in these activities want to come to school more, want to be successful, want to work that much harder. And then we have families, right? And so this is a parent, I heard earlier about our parent outreach and things like that. Like, we do so many things for parent outreach, right? And yeah, when there's an issue, we get emails from parents and things like that. But generally, when I go around and see what's going on in our schools, our parents are connected. So this is Sequoia Elementary School on the left, and this is Sequoia Middle School on the right. And those are two of our two just random parent meetings that took place over the last couple of weeks. Our coffee with counselors. Trustee Mason touched on that. These four, Miss Ordaz, Miss Torres, Miss Amaya, Miss Arias, they go and meet on Saturdays with families, to talk about academics, to talk about college, talk about career exploration. So, and they do it all in Spanish to serve that population that speaks Spanish and may not have the access that some of our other families have. This is a multilingual, this is a Farsi night, where because of, again, we have students who show up who speak Farsi. So what do? We create an opportunity for those parents to come and to learn what we're doing as a district around their language. And again, this is the presentation on the left, and those are parents on the right. Headphones, you can see the headphones, those are translation services that we're providing our parents. So like, someone tell me how we are not doing all we can to like reach out to our parents. And like this, this motivates me. I work with superintendents and with school leaders and politicians all over the country. I continually share our Friday letter nationally, not just around here, nationally. And people contact me constantly. Wait a minute, this is a public school district. This is what you guys are doing. You're doing this, or like how is this happening? It's the work that's taking place in our district, and I'm extremely proud of it. Again, this is who I'm committed to. These are lovely students from Bel Air, who are just as important and just as valuable as any group of students at any one of our schools at any grade level. But yes, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it is just, I'm always in awe at our students. These are students from Gregory Gardens. This is one of their performances. I love the inclusiveness. You have students who are physically disabled there with them on the left there. You have, who can listen, like this just brings me back to when, I've sat through so many performances and things like that, but they all sound the same, and it's young people singing, parents excited, and teachers and things like that, guiding them and leading them through this work. And so I just, just again, this just really warms my heart. This is, I believe this is Shore Acres. This is probably what you were talking about, Trustee Mason. But again, packed house, students sitting there, all waiting to get up and perform for their families. Those are all families sitting there. So again, when they say, like, we don't do things, I'm invited to an event out at Shore Acres on Friday night for, hope I pronounce it correctly, Masoli, yes. And so again, all of our schools are doing stuff, right? And so just again, it's just a great time of year. Really, really warms my heart. Again, President Mayo brought this up. This was the CAC, again, Community Advisory Committee, parents who have special ed students within our district, students who have IEPs. We had the parent advisory meeting last night, so we weren't able to attend, but I know Dr. Aguili and lots of people worked very hard to put this together. But again, just another example of ways that, we're supporting our communities and supporting our families. And I just want to, close in saying a couple of things. The large districts, all of the large districts around us at this very time, all of the large districts around us, Oakland, San Francisco, San Ramon, Sac City, West Contra, they're all doing layoffs, budget cuts, and closing schools, either all or some of those combinations. So again, when I hear what we are not doing here in Mount Diablo, what we aren't providing, how awful it is and things like that, I just scratch my head when I hear this narrative, because it's not what I'm seeing out there. And so I want us to continue to work together, support all of our students, support all of our employees, support all of our administrators, classified staff. I use this opportunity on these reports to highlight the great work that's happening. Talked about our cafeterias. We had a comment earlier about our transportation. Our transportation department is, again, leading the way, is a model for safety through highway patrol, energy efficiency, things like that. I can just go on and on about so many of our departments, so many of our schools, so many of our educators. And so I'm just going to continue to share the facts and share our narrative out there and just let everything else kind of play itself out. But I appreciate this board for your leadership and your support and allowing me to each and every day support these young people the 29,000 young people who are in our care. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Excellent report.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Clark, to you for your relentless focus on the positive things that are happening in our district, and sharing that widely. Because I think, you have the Friday letter, that didn't exist before, right? And that goes out to our families, but the idea that it can get out more widely, I still think there are so many people, even within our community here, who don't know about the wonderful things that are happening in our district, who don't know that YB High, robotics engineering program has a partnership with MIT, right? Who don't know that, like, I think that photo that you had with the SF Jazz was that actually there are some students who are good enough that they are actually in SF Jazz. It wasn't that they were performing in services, they're actually in the group SF Jazz. So these are the kinds of opportunities that our educators, find ways to make these connections far beyond our school system, and create these opportunities for our kids. So thank you.
So I think we're ready for the consent agenda. Items listed on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved and adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. And we have comments for items number 16.8, 2 comments. So we'll start with Linda Ortega, please, Linda.
Is it on? Okay, just want to make sure. So good evening again. As I read over this evening's agenda, I noticed that item 16.8, the potential approval of out-of-state travel for human resources staff for possible recruitment of teachers and classified staff. Over the last several years, when the district travels outside the state or to another country to recruit educators, many of the new hires are not aware how expensive it is to live in this area. Many of the teachers rent a motel room until they find a permanent place to live. Most do not have a car to get to and from their school site. They are also unfamiliar with the area and need help with basic information like where to buy basic goods, groceries, and bedding until they receive their first paycheck. Through the generosity of Medea members, many have stepped up to help these new hires. We have collected donations such as gift cards, furniture, kitchen items, and even one member provided a car for some teachers to use. My ask is that when recruiting out of state teachers, please do more to support them and to ensure they can find comfort and security in our community. While Medea members will continue to be supportive, HR recruiters need to do a better job supporting the educators as they start their new career with MDUSD. I have heard from many of them when they come to this district, especially at the new hire orientation, and they've come to me and they're concerned, and I don't know how to support them until we speak with them. And then I've spoken to the previous chief of HR, and these have been concerns of ours for many years. I want to welcome our new hires, and we do a good job recruiting them, but we need to make sure they're okay when they're here. Thank you.
And Kip Penovich. Welcome, Mr. Penovich.
For any new people, my name is Kip Penovich and I teach at Northgate High School. I'm here on my usual refrain of where we want to attract and retain the best teachers we can.
Yes, 16.8.
Um, and I've mentioned before that one of the best ways to do that is to be sure that we are competitive with salary and benefits. And so I hope that there might not be a need to not just go out of state, but out of country to go look for teachers. If there are surrounding districts that are going to be cutting jobs, that means there will be people who will be looking. And if we stay competitive with those around us, maybe they will be attracted to come and apply here. So as we move forward, I'm hoping that maybe this wouldn't be a necessary step and that we'll be able to fill the positions that we have with the people who are, in the surrounding area. But in order to do that, we have competition. Going out of country might not be as competitive because if the cost of living is significantly lower there, they're maybe just happy to go teach wherever they can get a job. But if we would like to get our teachers a little closer to home, we're going to have to be competitive with everybody in the surrounding districts. And, there have been steps made that way, but we're in the process of having to bargain again. So hopefully we can do things to maintain a strong position compared to all the surrounding districts. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members of the board, are there any items you'd like to consider being pulled?
I move to approve the items listed under the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Trustee Nzewi with a second by Trustee Mason. Any other comments? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
So that the consent agenda is adopted on a 5-0 vote.
Madam President, do we need to extend our meeting?
Yes, please move ahead. Midnight?
No, no, no.
We've got a lot to go
How
through yet.
about we have 5 items. 2 big items. How about till 10:40? Is it a moment? Is it a motion? What is it? I move to extend our meeting till 10:45. I know. We can go.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion to extend the meeting till 10:45 a.m., no, p.m. by Trustee Nzewi with a second by Trustee Mason. Do we need to do a voice vote or will that be a electronic vote?
Whatever you want to do.
No, that's,
Oh, sorry.
legally whatever we want. We'll see what. There's a lot. Hmm? No. No.
We went till 2 a.m.
We make that policy. No, there's no rule. I've done a lot.
Hi, I think you can just do a voice vote and
Okay.
move.
All right. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi?
Yes.
Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Trustee McDougal?
Yes.
Trustee Count?
Yes.
Trustee Mayo votes yes too. The motion is adopted to extend the meeting to 10:45.
Okay, our next item is our first interim budget, and we have Mr. Vargas and Mr. Aguilera. I pronounced that correct, Gustavo? All right.
All right, thank you. So we'll be presenting the first interim report tonight. And as Dr. Clark mentioned, I have my colleague Gustavo Aguilera, our Executive Director of Fiscal Services, who will go through a few of the slides of our current revenues and expenditures that we're projecting through June 30th of 2025. So just the reporting requirements. Ed Code requires school districts to file their fiscal condition for 2 reporting periods. So this is the first reporting period. So this is as of October 31st. And then the second one, it will be as of January 31st, which is also called our second interim. And again, this includes our projections through June 30th of 2025. As I stated earlier, first interim is through the 31st of October, and then June 30th of next year. Also, we are to include our multi-projections for the next 2 fiscal years, and we're using the most recent School Services of California dartboard, which is the dartboard that came with the enacted budget. And then it requires board approval and certification. And then just to kind of go through the financial reporting certifications, there are 3 types. There's a positive certification, and basically that means we can meet our financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years, or that we have the minimum reserve of 3% in our 3rd year out. A qualified certification means that the district may not meet the financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years. And again, the key word there is may not. And then a negative qualification or certification is the district will not meet financial obligations in the current year or 2 subsequent years. And usually that shows a negative fund balance or the reserve. You're not meeting your reserve of at least 3% for the size of the district that we are at Mount Diablo. So with that, I will turn it over to Gustavo, who's going to talk about the notable changes since the adopted budget. And like I said, he will go through the projected current revenues and expenditures for 24-25.
Thank you, Adrian. So the notable changes from adoption to first interim are the unrestricted salary and benefits, which are due to carryover and the offset of vacancies savings. This amounted to roughly 2.7 million. The unrestricted supplies, contracted services, and other operating expenditures are due to about 253,000 in LCAP supplemental carryover. The restricted revenue increased by 17.9 million, and it's due to our federal and state carryover and new grants that were not included at adoption. Revenues such as 2.5 million in the CalShape program, 1.9 million in special education mental health, 1.7 million in special education, 1.1 million in Title I, 1.1 million in California School Partnership Plan, and 9.5 million in other restricted programs. The restricted expenditures increased by 45 million. 12.7 million was part of the carryover from other restricted local programs. 8.5 million from arts and music resources. 3 million in learning recovery emergency block grant. 5 million in special education, and 14 million in other restricted programs. At first interim, the local control funding formula projected 337 million. That's 95% of the unrestricted projected revenue. 117.9 million consists of the projected restricted revenue. Here's a summary of the general fund expenditures by major object groups. On the following slides, you'll see a pie chart that will provide a breakdown of these expenditures. The pie chart on the left, the unrestricted side, 92% of the budget consists of certificated and classified salaries and benefits. These salaries are usually based on funded positions. The pie chart on the right is a combined unrestricted and restricted funds. 77% of the budget of that budget consists of certificated and classified for salary and benefits. The general fund contribution increased roughly 1.5 million from adoption to first interim. And here's a summary of all funds. The beginning balance are updated with unaudited actuals amounts and the budget changes presented at first interim. The column on the right reflects what the ending fund balance at first interim would project as of June 30th, 2025. And now I'll turn it over to Agent to cover the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Gustavo. So before I move on to the multi-year projections, I think the one thing that I just want to point out, like the major change from adopted budget to first interim is the loading of the carryover. And as you could see on that previous slide, it's this one, $45 million. So when I worked on the variance analysis, when you look at that, that's where the big increase is happening. So when our budget is projected, we don't load carryover because we don't know carryover until we're done closing. So just kind of reminder of our process. We don't get those numbers until the end of August, and we present unaudited actuals in September. And again, there's a practice in most districts that you load all of the carryover. And like I said, I'm just pointing out that most of it, if not all of it, is restricted funds. So there are strings attached to how to spend those dollars. So for me, that's the biggest piece. And then when you look at the unrestricted budget, what we're loading is the LCAP supplemental dollars. So those are too, like they're unrestricted, but those also have, like there was a discussion earlier today in this board meeting about those are tied to those students that generate those funds. So again, that does come with strings attached. It may be not as tight as like Title I, but just to point out that when we're loading on the unrestricted side of the budget, it is LCAP supplemental. And I will talk about what we will start to see with this year's unduplicated student count, but that'll be towards the end. So moving into the multi-year assumptions, currently we are projecting the enrollment at our prior year, which was 29,064. We're projecting an ADA to enrollment ratio of 93.5%, and then our unduplicated pupil percentage at 48% for each year in the two subsequent years. The COLA is projected at 2.93% in 25-26. So I heard earlier from President Mayo that right now it's projecting at 2.6 maybe. So that's a drop. So that would mean that LCFF would project lower if we kept the same assumptions. And then in the third year out in 26-27, we're using a 3.08 COLA. And then in terms of the multi-year, the federal, state, and local revenues are projected to remain constant after we remove all of the carryover funds. So that's built into the multi-year. And then we do build in increases to our special ed programs, roughly about 2.5%. So that equates to about 3.3 million in 25-26 and 3.5 million in 26-27. And then moving on to the expenditure assumptions, we're projecting our step and column increases at 1.56% each year. Between now and the second interim, we'll reevaluate that step and column increase. I think last year we started out at like 1.75, and then as we did the work as part of the negotiations, we reevaluated that and it was at 1.56. So we'll do that again. Unrestricted salaries are projected to decrease by 1.4 million in 25-26, and that's due to the removal of LCAP supplemental carryover dollars. And also at the adopted budget, we talked about moving security salaries over to a restricted funding source that is related to our our health and safety programs. And then restricted salaries increase overall by 721,000. And that's mainly related to special ed projected increases, but that's offset by the removal of one-time carryover funds. Yes. And then benefits increase due to the PERS pension rates going up each year in the multi-year. And then we are projecting about a 10% increase in health and welfare, which equates to when you take that and the PERS increase, it equates to 3.4 million in the second year or 25-26, and then 3.6 million in the third year or 26-27. And again, these are offset by removing one-time expenditures related to carryover funds or one-time grants. And then moving on to unrestricted books and materials, you'll see that decrease by 3 million. And again, that's really related to the removal of one-time funds, and that's an LCAP. And then in 26-27, you see another decrease. And again, that's the removal of LCAP supplemental carryover. Restricted books, materials, and services and other operating expenditures. Overall, in those three, or really two categories, because books and materials are one and services and other operating expenses is another, decreased by 38.3 million. And again, that is related to that carryover being loaded. And again, these numbers don't get trued up until we start closing in the summer. And then capital outlay on the restricted side is projected to remain constant after we remove $1.2 million. So with all that said and done, this is a snapshot of our first interim MYP, and this is the total combined budget. So this is unrestricted and restricted combined for the general fund. And as you can see, we are deficit spending overall a negative 74.4 million in our current year, 37.5 million in our second year, and 35.2 million. And so we do start out with a fund balance of almost 200 million, but by the time we look at our projected multi-year, we're projecting that fund balance to be a little under 53 million. So moving forward, again, I usually keep this slide in there, and as I look at it, it doesn't really ever change at every reporting period. But as you can see, the state economy, what's that revenue forecast looking like? Like I said, we are hearing that number of 2.6 COLA. We're hearing about, the potential reduction in Title I funds. I was at a workshop, and actually I was at a workshop for technology, but I went to a policy and politics with Capital Advisors Group, and they kind of explained that probably won't happen when you start looking at the states that are receiving Title I funds across the nation. You'd be surprised at who is getting a lot of those Title I dollars. And as they described it, it's not blue states. It's red states that are getting a lot of those dollars. So we'll see what happens. The other thing is just the expiring and spending down of one-time funds. So we have no ESSER funds left. Those were all spent in the 23-24 fiscal year. So we do have other grants that we're using. We have arts, music, and instructional materials block grant that we're spending down. We have the learning recovery emergency block grant that we're spending down. I'm trying to think. We have the arts and music grant, or the Prop 28 funding that carried over from last year, and that carryover is roughly about 4 million. So that is, being spent down as well. And then the other concern, as always, is the rising cost pressures related to pension rates. Right now, STRS is projected as flat, but CalPERS is going up every year, and CalPERS is related to our classified salaries. And then health benefits are going. I think our increase for this enrollment year was roughly about 10% on average. So that's why we're using 10%. And then our insurance rates are going up, as well as utilities. And then lastly, it's our enrollment and student absent rates. So what we will show at the second interim is we certified our CalPADS report. So that is what is our enrollment on the first Wednesday of October. So we are at 29,228. So that's an increase of roughly 164 students over the budget assumption, or even over last year's enrollment. So we will see that bump, but that doesn't mean that we'll see a large increase in LCFF if our attendance rates aren't hitting that 93.5%. We hit 93%, we would probably see an increase. But the biggest thing that we will see an increase from is that our unduplicated pupil percentage, if you remember the assumption, we are using 48%. So this year, because we went free and reduced across all our school sites, or CEP, we are projecting a 55.8% UPP percentage for this current year. So we won't really see the effect of that until the second year and the third year, because the state uses a 3-year average. So we'll see a little bit of a bump if we use the same assumptions at first interim. So 29,064 students, 93.5% attendance ratio. And if we were to plug in 55.8% as an unduplicated, we would see a bump of about 1.6 million in LCFF in the current year, 3.2 million in the second year, and 6.7 million in the third year. So jumping that high, and then if the district can maintain a 55%, you could see those LCFF numbers get that high, and we start getting into we start getting into concentration dollars. So moving on, this just highlights our budget calendar timeline. You can see it's September, we did unaudited actuals. December, we're doing the first interim report. We just finished the audit and completing that. That was submitted to the county, to the state controller's office, and CDE. And then we will come back in January and do an update on that. And then in January, we go to the governor's budget proposal. It's usually done around January 10th when he releases his proposal for 25-26. We've already started to do budget development, but we get into meeting with sites and departments in the month of January, and then that continues in February, and then all the way through March. We'll be back with the second interim report. And then again, we'll continue with budget development, which usually takes us through the end of May, and then we bring the proposed budget in the beginning of June. So back to the first interim, the district will be able to maintain 3%, the minimum required reserve, through the 3-year multi-year. So with that, we are recommending a positive certification for the 24-25 first interim financial report. And again, I think for us, when we settled the 9% and the Kaiser full rate, for our bargaining units. It was with the intention of spending down our fund balance. And we are doing that. And again, like we are monitoring those budgets, and a large piece of, I think, the current year projections is related to restricted dollars. And when we do look at unrestricted dollars, it's really related to LCAP supplemental. So with that, I will take any questions.
We have 2 public comment cards. Shall we take those first? First is Mr. Schneider.
So actually, he hit it right on the nose with the 45 million, because that really kind of jumped out to a lot of people that I was working with, and it's that 17.9 million carryover that just is so outrageous when you look at all other unified school districts. I know we need to be fiscally responsible, but most people have that per the CDE's guidance. Today's money, today's children. You can set some of it aside, but most districts, they paid it all the way off, which I do not agree with, but they kept about 2 or 3 million, not this much. And so I call it into question because in June, the LCAP listed that amount, and that's what a lot of people saw. But in August, when the LCAP was revised by the County Office of Education, it was reduced to 9 million. So my question is, what happened to the 8 million? Are we really 17.9, or are we really 9 million in the carryovers? That's it.
The next speaker is Kip Penovich.
Okay, one day I think I hope that I can understand this like way at a deeper level. When I look at the budgets, one of the things that I contemplate is the math concepts are easy because there's pluses and minuses. And if you have a minus, is it because you have too many minuses or not enough pluses? And when I look at some of the budgetary things, I put together things across years. So, I sent you one thing, about the first interim. The net decreases is large. Okay. One of my questions would be on a scale of surety from 0 to 100%. Is that going to be the number in September when we do the unaudited actuals? And at least based historically speaking, it's not going to be that. And my question tends to be that happens year after year after year. And is there a nice basic explanation you can give to everybody to say, look, this happens every year? We have projections of certain categories that are higher during portions of the year, and then they drop. And that money, in a sense, becomes available, and so the numbers change. But the patterns seem to be fairly repetitive. And so when somebody comments, about the first interim, if somebody were to say, because of this, we can't do this or this, I would say, this isn't going to be what the finals numbers are going to be, historically speaking. So do you take them into consideration? Do you have discussions? Yeah. But if there was a tighter agreement during the course of the adopted budget to the first interim, second, and then people could say, well, there's a consistency, but there are significant fluctuations that happen. And so I'm not going to say that I understand exactly where everything happens, But when you look over the years, it happens year after year after year. And if you look at certain sections, you can see where certain numbers have gone up and certain numbers have gone down. And that would be a discussion that, I would love to have with someone, so for example, from the first interim to the second interim, when they all change, to go back and say, give me the details of why this happened. Because it happens again and again. And so I become comfortable that they vary, but I still don't feel that there's a basic explanation that's been given where people go, oh yeah, that's just going to happen again. I'm not worried with the big number, because it's always been a fairly big number on the big first interim, and it's never followed through the rest of the year. So I'll wait to see what that ends up being in September of 25 when the unaudited actions come out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustees, do you have questions of Mr. Ward? Yes.
For the January, you're giving us update in January, right? And it's late. So I would like to know how much 1% cost us as a district as a raise across the board. Because, one group gets it, they all get it. So for every 1%, I'd like to know what that cost us.
Roughly about 3.5 million.
Look at you, you're so good. You know right off the cuff. That's very helpful. That's all I needed to know.
Other questions? Comments? Mrs. Cound?
I just want to say, thank you. We have a positive certification here. This is amazing. As Dr. Clark was saying, when you look at districts all around us, San Ramon is cutting $24 million right now. So many districts are looking at mass layoffs that they're planning right now. They're going around their district. They're having those budget, community-wide meetings about what to cut. Very significant cuts. I think I was just looking at down at Livermore and Pleasanton, their qualified budgets. It's crazy out there. The amount of funding reductions that our public schools have seen, the loss of these one-time funds, the increase in costs. This is fantastic that we have a positive certification. So thank you for your diligence in helping us to manage these funds. And also, we are planning to spend them down. We have a plan that you could see that's how we are affording the 9% raise and the 100% health benefits. So while I think sometimes the general public sees deficit spending and it sounds scary, like, oh, we shouldn't be deficit spending, we are intentionally deficit spending because we have a balance that we are planning to spend down. So I'm very comfortable with this, and I thank you for your report.
We ready for the motion? So my screen shows 19.2. We should be on 19.1. What does everybody else?
I came back manually, so I'm unsynced.
There we go. Thank you. Okay.
With that, I move to approve the district's positive certification of the first interim
I'll second
report.
that.
We have a motion by trustee Cound with a second by trustee Mason. Further discussion? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the report.
You're welcome. I think I have another item next.
Right.
Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you.
That motion carried 5-0 with the support of trustee Ochoa. 19.2 is the approval and resolution of 24/25-40 designating certain general funds as committed fund balance. Dr. Clark?
So this is the resolution that we've been doing with our interim reports and our adopted budget. So this reflects the unrestricted projected deficit spend in each of the next 2 years. And so that's what we're putting down as the commitment in this resolution.
Pretty straightforward. Do we have a motion or discussion?
I would make a motion to approve Resolution 24/25-40, designating certain general funds as committed fund balance.
Second.
So there's a motion by trustee Mason with a second by trustee Nzewe. Are there further discussions? This item? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
And that motion 19.4 is adopted with the support of our student trustee Ochoa.
All right,
No.
thank you.
Thank you. 19.5, I'm sorry. I was going to skip this calendar. 19.4 is the review and potential approval of the,
19.3.
I'm sorry. I'm 19.3. Thank you. This is the successor agreement with Mount Diablo Education Association and the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Dr. Clark?
Yeah, Mr. Sheehy is going to present this item along with Linda Ortega.
Yes, good evening, Superintendent Clark, Board of Trustees, President Mayo. Tonight, MDUSD and Medea bring forth to the board's review and potential approval of the initial successor agreement proposal known as our Sunshine Proposal. We both look forward to collaborative, professional, and efficient negotiations as we discuss working conditions to support student outcomes. And so tonight we're exchanging proposals and we look forward to collaboration as we move into these negotiations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now that I'm on the right agenda item, 19.3, this is
Well-
an action item by our board discussion.
And in appreciation of that wonderful display of collaboration,
Tell.
I appreciate that. I would like to move to approve the successor agreement proposals for Mount Diablo Education Association and Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Second.
So we have a motion by trustee Count with a second by trustee McDougall. Further discussion? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Did we have a speaker comment card? Oh. Linda, did you want to speak? I'm sorry. Okay,
We have a speaker. Well, come on and speak.
come on and speak.
Yeah.
I don't see the card. I apologize.
Good evening, President Mayo, Vice President Cowan, Trustees Mason, McDougall, and Nzewe, Student Trustee Ochoa, and Superintendent Clark. Thank you for calling me for public comment since I've been here since the meeting started to make this public comment. My name is Julia Jameson, and I teach English and ELD at Mount Diablo High School. I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as co-chair of Medea's bargaining team on the occasion of our initial proposal to MDUSD. First, I owe you a thank you that is long overdue. I spoke to you last year prior to the successful negotiation of the 2024-2025 successor agreement between Medea and the district, and I implored you to value your educators for the service we provide to students. I believe you valued us in the agreement we reached, and I thank you. Medea's initial proposal is extensive because it reflects the needs of almost 1,500 Medea members. Each item proposed represents something that members told Medea leadership they need to best serve students. Members shared many of these items during months of listening sessions, and all have been discussed and approved by Medea's executive board. Medea's bargaining team is composed of myself, a middle school math and PE teacher, an elementary two-way dual immersion teacher, an elementary general music teacher, a teacher librarian, and a TIS mentor. We work with both students and Medea members every day. We volunteer to serve on the bargaining team because we are committed to obtaining the best learning conditions for our students and the best working conditions for our colleagues. As the bargaining process begins, I implore you to engage with your team. Ask questions. Think critically about answers. Examine the numbers. You direct the district's team. Ensure that the team works to reflect your goals for the students and employees at the district.
Thank you. So we're ready for 19.4. This is the discussion on the school calendar for the next 2 years.
Yeah, I'll open this up and I'll just say that Mr. Sheehy's gonna present this, but you know, we don't create these calendars in a vacuum. We negotiate and meet and confer with all 6 of our bargaining units. We look at past practices. We look at where holidays fall. We take this extremely serious. Over the last 5 years, school has essentially started the second Thursday of August and ended at the beginning of June. I know that we always want feedback from things that we're doing, and I know that Mr. Sheehy's gonna talk about our survey, but just because we do a survey and we get information back, we use that to think, do we need to provide more resources at this particular time? If we have people who are looking at a later start time because of vacations and things like that, then we want to make sure we have systems in place so that we're communicating with families who may be absent during the first week of school because of previously planned vacations, and we don't drop them and then they have to go to different schools because space has taken up. If we have families who want to take 3 weeks off during December to go and visit other family members, then if we get survey results back that show that a lot of families want to do that, then we want to be proactive with independent study and things to that nature. So there's just a lot of factors that fall into this. We graduate all of our students out of the Concord Pavilion, and that has a timeline. And so, we take this very seriously. We really appreciate the feedback from our parents and from our employees. However, it's really difficult to come up with a calendar that meets the needs of everyone. But Mr. Sheehy will share our process and share a little bit more about the calendar. Hopefully I didn't take the things you were just going to say.
No, I can be done now, I guess. No. No, so thank you and good evening again. So, talking about, about process. So, I've been tasked, I've worked on the last 3 school year calendars, one 2-year cycle. Then last year we did a pilot year around with the fall break, right? With the new fall break. So this year, I wanted to get out in front of it, and we sent out a survey, and there were some differences in this survey compared to the last survey sent out, and so I wanted to improve on that. We sent out this to staff, parents, and high school students to make sure that we got that input from the student voice. I reviewed the data. I spoke with the executive cabinet team, looking at the lens through instruction, as well as the survey results. And then we built up a calendar for both the 25-26 and the 26-27 that reflected survey results. Did it reflect every single survey result? No, because some of the survey results contradict each other. And so, you have to look at that, and you have to look at through the lens of historical knowledge. What have we been doing? What are surrounding districts doing? And looking at all of those pieces. And then I met with our different bargaining units and our association about the school year calendar. The instructional calendar itself is a not negotiable thing. It's up for conversation, but the instructional calendar does impact work year calendar, which is negotiable. And so I sat down with our units. We had conversation. What I did is I reviewed the survey results, just like I will do here tonight with you, and then going over our thought process, listening, gathering feedback. One of the things that you will not see on the proposed calendars are parent-teacher conferences. We just haven't been able to reach agreement yet on the dates and the length of those conferences. And so I'm very confident that working with Medea, we will be able to get those and we'll bring those out to you at a later date. I didn't want to hold up this process because I know the school year calendar is very important for people to see as soon as possible. So rather than delaying that, I said, hey, you know what? We'll come back to that piece. We'll get back on there. But it is one of those pieces that you will not see on the proposed calendars. So looking at the survey results, who took the survey? That was one of the things that, as I shared, we sent it out to different stakeholders. We sent it out to the parents, to the staff, and students. And so, we had 5,811 individuals respond. We know that we have many more people than that in our district, but, nonetheless, I thought we pushed it out multiple times through multiple modes of communication. And so we tried to cast our net wide. Looking at our parent group, it was important to see, okay, where are those parents? Where are they? What schools are they participating in? What levels? And so you'll see that I broke it into the 3 major levels: elementary, middle, and high school. And then I also I had 2 other questions that if you have multiple students in our district, do they include elementary or not? And I did that intentionally so we could ask questions about parent-teacher conferences further along in the survey. Looking at the student group, I shared, we sent it out to all high school students. We recognize not all high school students completed it, but nonetheless, and then a few parents obviously shared it with their middle school and elementary students. And so we welcome that feedback as well. And then, that allowed me to then designate certain questions to certain subsets of people as well. And then looking at our staff group, we had the largest amount of staff come out from the elementary school sites. And this was not, it was broken up by staff, exactly that, not broken up by one classification versus another. We didn't drill that far down in the information as we collected it. It's important to me that people are able to share without us any identifying information. And so that was one of the reasons why we did that. The next one was about finals placement. And this question went out to our students. So, how important is it to have finals before winter break rather than after winter break? The district made a shift, like surrounding district many years ago, to move finals to before winter break to truly allow students to have a winter break. Not only allowed to have students to have a winter break, but also it helps parents and families have a winter break along with our staff as well. And so it came back as very important and somewhat important. And so, you had 64% and 22%. They felt like that was important. Those are large numbers. And so looking at that, that helps kind of decide the backwards mapping of kind of where do we go. And then we look at the 24-25 calendar satisfaction. And so that is, well, this year we did start in early August. We have a fall break, and this survey didn't go out until after fall break with a pure intention to gather information about fall break, right? And so, we have 54% of the respondents were satisfied with the 24-25 calendar. And then we get into, how did you find the fall break helpful overall for your overall well-being? And this question is a general question, and 60.2% said yes, it was helpful. And so that's another telling number. And then we get into the students. And so just to the students, 75.5% felt like it was helpful. That is a large percentage back. And I will tell you that some of these numbers surprised me because I heard different things going into it. And I think there was a different feeling coming out of it. And so that's important to gather that. And then we look at staff, looking at staff. Did staff feel like it was helpful? And, you have 70.5% saying yes, it was helpful. And then we get to the question where it's to everyone again. Is, should the district continue having a fall break? And 56.7% of the respondents said yes, but then you're looking back at the staff and the student respondents as well. And so I felt like it was an overwhelming, yeah, we want to continue fall break. And then we get to the question of, when would you prefer the school year to start? And I think this is a very hot topic. Each time that we have a school year calendar, we look at, that we want to have a fall break still. We still want the winter semester to end before, or the semester to end before winter break. And so you look at those, and then you try, when you're building a calendar, you try to balance semesters, you try to balance trimesters, and you try to balance quarters. And so as you go through that, we know that historically we have a slightly unbalanced semester breakdown from first semester is often less days than second semester, but we also know that in second semester, there are days where students may not be in class for a variety of reasons, whether that's AP testing or PSAT or other college visit opportunities or career technical opportunities. And so we know that, and in our conversations in previous years with our secondary educators, we know that, and we know that that they do balance out regardless that one has more than others. So, there is a overwhelming response on this one that mid-August and late August were definitely the higher options when compared to early August. But then we look at further along in the presentation when we talk about when do we want the school year to end, late May, early June, mid-June. I'm flexible, so we definitely get those responses. Historically, prior to the fall break, we've always had to add 3-day and 4-day weekends in the second semester to get to June. We always had the hope to get into June for a variety of reasons. Some has to do with the education code around 10-month and 11-month paychecks and all those different types of things. Also looking at summer school, looking at that continuity of services, how to provide services to our students. And then, we talked about breaks. We looked at, okay, long time ago, we would only have, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off. Then we moved to a week long. And it appears that definitely people still like that week long at Thanksgiving. They like the length of winter break. And then they like the length of spring break. And so as you look at the breaks that we have built in, yeah, we want to have those breaks. And so how do we balance the calendar as we move through that? Then I asked a question about the 3-day or 4-day weekends, and it was very intentional because if we were going to eliminate the fall break, we were probably going to have to look and see, hey, how do we build in more 3-day, 4-day weekends in there throughout the year? And then we get into the questions about parent-teacher conferences, and these were only answered by people that have indicated that they were elementary level. Okay. And so we had 56.7% said that they were satisfied with the length, the time spent with the teacher of the parent-teacher conferences. And then, how satisfied are you with the length number of days of the parent-teacher conferences? We had about 34% that said, they were satisfied or very satisfied. And then 30% that said neutral, and then 35.8 said dissatisfied. And then, how satisfied are you with the length number of minimum days for parent-teacher conferences? And this is just staff. So just asking staff, we were looking at it, and we saw 32.8% responded dissatisfied or very dissatisfied on that question. And then we get, do you feel that the timing of parent-teacher conferences is appropriate? So this year, you may remember that we moved parent-teacher conferences earlier in the year. So they were in September. So it was relatively towards the beginning of the school year, which allowed opportunities for our educators to have critical conversations with our parents of where students might be struggling, to give them opportunities of times to correct that, right? And to get that additional support, whatever is needed. 36.7% said yes, the timing is appropriate. 51.7 said no. Okay. And so looking at that, and then we asked the same question of just staff. 32% said yes, 50.3 said no. Looking at those pieces. And then how valuable do you find parent-teacher conferences in understanding your child's progress and needs? And I think this is a kudos to our educators, because parents value this time significantly, right? And so you have over 75% of people that said they value extremely valuable or valuable when answering it from the parent perspective. So looking at the calendar key dates, over the next 2 years, we do have a start date on the proposed calendars of August 6th with an end date of June 2nd. Fall break is the first full week of October plus Indigenous Peoples Day. Our spring break is a 5-day with an additional 6-day, which really truly allows our educators to follow through and provide compliant assessments for special education evaluations and really provide those necessary supports for students. I also recognize that during the month, while we may have proposed early August dates, I also recognize that not all of our students have as many resources as other students. And despite not always having 100% perfectly air-conditioned classrooms, we do provide a safe place for our students to escape the heat if it is hot those times where they might not have that safe place at home. And so we are that refuge for our students that may not have those resources at home, and we can continue the education throughout the year. Another thing to think about as we plan our calendars, we are planning for, we have summer projects happening. We recognize that. We have summer school. So looking at all those different things and the timing of our many different work year calendars for our staff, all of those things come into play as we look at our school year calendars. With that, I will be happy to take any questions.
So
Madam President, we need a meeting extension.
Well, we've had one extension. I need advice on whether we can do a second extension, or can we reconsider the first extension and extend to another time?
You can extend for longer if you would like, or you can extend to a different time.
Okay. So not only do we have discussion on this item, we have 2 additional items, and we had promised 6 speakers the ability to speak at the end of this meeting, and I would like to be able to honor that. We possibly could move the next 2 items over to the subsequent meeting if they aren't critical for this meeting. That would be information that Dr. Clark would need to share with me. But there's this discussion and our public comment. I believe at least one individual is here that wants to have her opportunity for public comment. Are you willing to consider another 15 minutes?
Oh, I think we absolutely, you don't make people, like, people stayed. It's fine. And I don't think the other 2 items are deep. So I would rather extend it because everyone has toughed it out.
Would you
And
quickly make the motion?
I make the motion to extend the meeting till 11:10.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to extend the meeting till 11:10, you said? Okay, by Trustee Nzewe, seconded by Trustee Mason. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Can we excuse our student board member since she has school tomorrow?
Certainly, if she would like to leave.
Okay. Finals.
Okay, I'm calling for the vote. Trustee Nzewe.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Count.
Yes.
Trustee McDougall.
Yes.
Mayo votes yes. It's adopted. Continue. Questions for Mr. Shi or comments?
I have a quick comment because I got a million emails. I tried to answer all of them, but anybody that knows me and has watched the meetings, I'm all about process. And whether you like it or not, our process is this is a negotiated item that they negotiate, they bring to us. And I don't think it's fair then to say, well, we don't like it, go back and renegotiate. But I will tell parents who really hate it, your teachers, some of them are on the negotiating team, so you could let them know next time around if you really hate it, and maybe you'll get a different outcome.
Further comments? This is for information now, action at a future meeting. It's info action if you want to adopt it today.
Right. I think your goal is for us to adopt it today. Thank you so much for the very comprehensive explanation of how we get to this and all the things that we as parents and the public don't know that has to go into making these decisions. I really appreciate the further data. Like, there was only little bits of data shared publicly on social media that makes folks like seem like we're not taking into account the feedback that a survey can provide, but the survey is a part of all the puzzle pieces. I especially appreciated having a secondary student who I have no idea if she took the survey, but I know she does not want to have to study over winter break. I appreciate seeing, I don't know how many students, I didn't do the math of the percentage, but whatever, there was enough. There were students, they don't want to study over break. We want our students to have a break. It was clear in the data that families want these breaks. And that, like I mentioned earlier, it's okay to be still. Rest is okay. We have this grind culture, and all that does is drive you to an early grave. Like, rest is good and essential. There's so many things that I get to take for granted, but other families can't. Like you mentioned, having air conditioning. Somewhere on campus has air conditioning. My child has been freezing since the first day we came to this district 6, 7, 8 years ago. However, we don't think about food. We provide summer meals, but only while school is in session. And there's other places for families to get free summer meals and possibly supper and breakfast, but it may not be convenient. And so by our early start lessens the time of potential food insecurity for students. So I'm a parent. I saw you said August 6th, how whenever you first mentioned it, I was like aghast. Like, what? It's hard for us to shift our thinking that school can start so early. It's just as hot at late August as it is on August 6th. I was wearing sundresses in October this year, had my air conditioner on, then the next week had the heat on. That was wild. But the data show, especially if we're centering students, that like this is really good for them, even though the date on a calendar is uncomfortable because we're not used to it. So
Other comments? Motion?
I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
In the first year it starts on the Wednesday, and in the second year it starts on the Thursday. What was the discussion around that?
Looking at calendar dates and backwards mapping and trying to get as equal of a split as possible for semesters.
I move that we approve the 25-26 and 26-27 school year calendar.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion by trustee Nzewi with a second by trustee Mason. Further discussion? Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
The calendar is adopted for 24, 20, 25, 26, and 26, 27. 19.5.
I don't have information on this one. Success courses, is Wendy?
Yes, it is.
Hello, this is a repeat of the one that we brought before for information, and it's just simply to align the course with the IDEA regulations.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the transition academic success course.
I will second that.
We have a motion by trustee Nzewi with a second by trustee Mason on the review and approval of the transition of the academic success course. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mm. 19.5 is adopted with a vote of 5-0 and support from our student trustee. 19.6.
We brought these previously, so we're bringing them back now for action.
Madam President, I move to approve revisions to BP 1114, AR 1114, BP 6112, AR 6112, BB 9010, BB 9012 as presented, including ensuring the length of the school day complies with AR 6112.
I'll second that.
So for 19.6 and board policy changes, trustee Cound has made the motion. Trustee Mason provided the second. You've all had an opportunity to review them twice. Trustee Ochoa, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And that item is adopted on a 5-0 vote with the support of our student trustee. We had 6 cards. I will read the name. Traditionally, we usually like to take a picture at the conclusion of this meeting because it's the new board. And then we have documents to sign. So please be patient. Angie, would you pronounce your last name? Because I've looked at it. Okay. Please say it at the microphone because it sounds so beautiful.
Tuatangaloa.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Don't start yet. Did you start the clock? Thank you for calling me up. I'm a little sleepy here. So, and you're going to find out why. I'd like to take you on a journey into a classroom. There are 31 kids, a lot, right? Now, 3 of them have autism, one of which is not fully potty trained and exhibits aggression and violence towards you because he's unable to communicate. 7 of your students most certainly have dyslexia or another form of learning disability. Should we also count the number of students with trauma-induced behavioral concerns and the new English language learners that don't speak any English? Well, I forgot to mention that 13 of them are kindergartners and 18 of them are first graders. So while you manage all the individual needs, you're also expected to teach 2 different curricula for reading, writing, math, social studies, science, ELD, and PE. Now, you've heard a combo class was necessary because the district doesn't have the money to hire more teachers. And having started the year with only 22 first graders was unacceptable. It took 3 months to properly place your student who suffered the most severe autism because the district didn't have the money to hire more school psychologists to keep up with the testing needs. In fact, that's why your students likely suffering from learning disabilities aren't getting the extra support they need either. It's why no one is available to answer your calls to the district office. Not enough money. But then you see guys in expensive suits walk around campus once a month. You hear they make up to $200,000 a year for these visits to your school. In my opinion, our district is top heavy. I love my students. Every year I spend an average of $3,000 on classroom expenses out of pocket. It's said that what you spend your money on is your priority. What bigger priority can a school district have than its students? And proof I love my students is I got here early to speak about what's needed for them. And with, what do we have, like 8-10 minutes left of public comments. But I waited 3 hours after a day like today, and I've got another one just like it tomorrow, because that's how important these kids are to me. We need to get them the services that they need. We need to direct our money to the kids and not to our expensive suits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We've heard you, and thank you for waiting. The other speakers that have submitted cards are Dan Reynolds, Austin Dias, Harpreet Johal, Elif Ritchie, and Phil Valesco. Okay. All right. So item, let's see, we've done meeting extension. Are there any future agenda items that any of you would like to bring up? Right. I adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Shall we?
Take a picture first.
Yes.